Chapter 925, War God Mountain, Bluestone Peak. The peak wasn't very spacious, only a few dozen meters in circumference. The peak only had a few old trees and some weeds, and next to one of the old trees, there were 2 stone rooms. This mountain peak was the residence of Fane, the eldest disciple of the War God School. Fane was one of the 5 prime saints of the Yulan continent, below the deity level. The so-called prime saints referred to those who had almost completely mastered a profound mystery of a law and were only one step away from mastering it. The mountain wind howled. Castro led Zhou Tong forward, finally arriving at Bluestone Peak. At this moment, a person appeared in front of Zhou Tong. He was dressed in a simple blue robe, and his hair was 3 inches long. His skinny body was as straight as a spear. Just by looking at him, one could sense a valiant, resolute aura. This was the eldest disciple of the War God School, Fane. Eldest apprentice brother. Castro bowed respectfully. "You can leave now," Fane said to Castro. Yes, Castro didn't dare to disobey Fane, and so he immediately flew away from Bluestone Peak. After Castro left, Fane turned his head to look at Zhou Tong. In the instant that Fane turned his head, Zhou Tong could sense a spiritual attack coming from Fane's eyes. Zhou Tong's gaze also turned cold in that instant. An icy aura landed on Fane along with his gaze, causing Fane's body to tremble. In that instant, Fane felt as though his soul was about to be frozen. However, this feeling was instantly dispelled, but the way Fane looked at Zhou Tong was somewhat different. Because in that spiritual clash, he had actually been at a disadvantage. So that's how it is. Not only are you a saint-level warrior, you're also a Grand Magus Saint, a Grand Magus Saint who is skilled in spiritual attacks. Fane pondered for a moment, then immediately understood. Only a Grand Magus Saint who was skilled in spiritual attacks will be able to cause him to be at a disadvantage with a spiritual attack. Using the elemental law of fire on the warrior aspect, and the elemental law of water on the spiritual aspect, you really don't have any shortcomings. Fane smiled. Yes, you're called Khan, right? I am Fane. I just happened to see the fight between you and Cass Rotter, so I invited you over. Since you saw it, you should know why I came to the War Gods College, right? Are you willing to be my opponent? Zhou Tong looked at Fane. Since you insist, then let's give it a try. Fane couldn't help but reveal a hint of fighting spirit. As one of the 5 prime saints of the Yulan continent, it had been a long time since he had made a move. But of course, this was also because no one was worthy of him making a move. Aside from the other prime saints, who was worthy of him making a move. But Zhou Tong was different. It was precisely because he had seen the battle between Zhou Tong and Castro that Fane was certain of his strength. Even if they weren't as strong as him, there was no way they could be killed in an instant like the other saints. It's starting. As soon as Fane finished speaking, blue lightning began to circulate around his body, and then he moved. Rumble. Fane's speed was simply too fast. He was like a blue bolt of lightning, chopping down directly towards Zhou Tong. So fast, Zhou Tong had to admit that the current Fane was even faster than him. However, this sort of speed wasn't enough to completely crush Zhou Tong. He immediately began to circulate his battle chi, and the golden battle chi around his body clashed like flames, instantly exploding outwards. His entire body transformed into a ray of fiery light as he punched out towards Fane's attack. Rumble. The 2 fists collided. Fire and lightning collided. Light and lightning collided. The air trembled violently, and the peak of Blue Lightning Peak was shaken apart by the shock waves from this collision. Wild waves of energy, accompanied by lightning and fire, spread out in every direction. But in the next instant, Fane felt an explosive force emanate from his opponent's fist, causing Fane to be sent flying backwards by Zhou Tong's punch, almost without being able to resist at all. After tumbling back over 100 meters in midair, Fane came to a stop, staring at Zhou Tong in some surprise. Yet another prime saint has appeared in the Yulan continent? No, it's the difference in foundation. Fane was somewhat stunned. The attack of the person in front of him was simply too powerful. Even he was somewhat unable to withstand the explosive force of that blow. However, Zhou was somewhat surprised by Fane's power as well. His understanding of the profound mysteries of explosion of the elemental laws of fire wasn't very high. Even though the profound mysteries of explosion were of a high level, his level of understanding was too low, far inferior to the low-level profound mysteries that Fane had comprehended. But this level of understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws, combined with Linley's terrifying physical body and strength, made him unstoppable. It must be understood that the founder of the Dragonblood Warriors, Baruch, hadn't comprehended any profound mysteries at all. He had relied on his physical body and battle chi to become one of the most powerful experts of the continent, much less Zhou Tong, whose physical body, battle chi, soul, and laws were all far superior to Baruch's. But Fane, after taking Linley's attack head-on, had only been knocked back 100 meters? Your attack? How could it be so powerful? Fane was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, Linley shouldn't have had such a deep understanding of the laws as he had. How could he have such a terrifying attack? You can't generalize people's bodies. According to the legends, the four supreme warriors didn't have any insights into the laws, but were still able to dominate the world. Zhou Tong said calmly, "If the four supreme warriors can do it, why can't I?" The four supreme warriors? Fane was somewhat startled, and his heart began to tremble. He had indeed experienced the era when the four supreme warriors had dominated the world, and he knew very well how terrifying the foundations of the four supreme warriors were. He knew very well that the four supreme warriors relied completely on their innate talent to gain their strength. Their understanding of the laws could only be considered the lowest amongst saint-level experts. But there was nothing for it. After transforming, they would become more than 10 times stronger. Strength, speed, battle chi, they would all be strengthened. Other warriors would have to reach the limits of their understanding of the laws in order to gain such strength. Other saint-level experts would only be able to reach the limits of the four supreme warriors, even if they tried their best. Even Baruch and Avatar, who had powerful defensive abilities, could take forbidden spells head-on. What could the others do? This was something that couldn't be envied. If there was anyone to blame, they could only blame themselves for not being born into a good family. Could it be that a fifth supreme warrior is about to be born? Fane looked at Zhou Tong, but soon he was somewhat puzzled. The other supreme warriors, before transforming, weren't that powerful. They were about the same as ordinary saint-level experts. What made them powerful was after transforming. But from the looks of it, you didn't transform. Khan, Fane was about to speak, but then he quickly came to a halt. After pausing for a moment, Fane said, "Khan, come with me. Master wants to see you." Chapter 926. Follow me. Fane walked to the edge of the mountain, then began to fly downwards. After defeating Cass Rotter, I'll meet Fane. After defeating Fane, I'll meet the war god. The process was more or less within my expectations, but this process was countless times simpler. I originally thought that I need to defeat a few more disciples of the War Gods College before I'd be able to attract the attention of Fane and the War God. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Zhou Tong said to himself, but then he chuckled, then flew downwards alongside Fane. Soon, the two arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. In front of them was a natural cave. Fane led Zhou Tong into the cave. The cave was like a serpent, twisting and turning. After walking for a while, a deep cave appeared in front of them, leading straight downwards. This cave was like a bottomless pit, pitch black and bottomless. "Let's go down together." Fane led the way, jumping down. Zhou Tong followed closely behind. After descending for thousands of meters, the two landed on the ground. Zhou Tong could already sense that they were already underground. And then they continued to advance through the cave, but the temperature grew higher and higher. This sort of temperature, most likely anyone below the saint level would have to use all their power to get close. Zhou Tong didn't mind at all. Instead, he stared at his surroundings with interest. After walking for a while, the surrounding stone walls had already been completely scorched red by the high temperature. But up ahead, there was a pitch-black stone door. Despite the high temperature, The stone door didn't show any signs of turning red at all. Whoosh! There were also streams of scorching air currents coming out from the gaps in the stone door. Accompanying the scorching air currents was a faint pressure. This was the pressure that came with a divine-level expert, and even Zhou Tong felt a hint of pressure. "Master, Khan is here," Fane said respectfully towards the stone door. "Fane, you can leave for now." The war god's calm voice rang out. "Yes, master." Fane was used to this by now. He immediately turned and left. Khan, Chief Imperial Magus of the Baruch Kingdom, 15 years old, saint-level warrior, as well as a grand Magus saint. He has already embarked on the path of gaining insights into the elemental laws. The war god's voice was as calm as ever, but as soon as he spoke, he knew all about Zhou Tong. "You have done very well. In all of history, no one has ever reached such heights at your age. Your name will be carved into the annals of the history of the Yulan continent." The war god praised. The martial god's voice had a unique rhythm that seemed to be able to disperse one's soul. "Come in." Following the war god's words, the pitch-black door automatically opened, revealing the entrance to the passageway. At the same time, a terrifying wave of heat assaulted their faces. Behind the passage was a large magma lake. Boiling magma flowed out of the lake. Above the magma lake, a fireball about 3 meters in diameter condensed out of thin air. The terrifying heat wave was being continuously emitted from the fireball. "Khan!" The war god's voice rang out once more. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the fireball in the air and landed on the ground beside the lava lake. It was the war god O'Brien. The war god was roughly 1.8 meters tall and looked to be in his 30s. His eyebrows were very thick, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his long, crimson hair that fell to his waist. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his hair was actually blazing with fire. His gaze was extremely sharp, and his every movement carried with it a domineering aura. "My respects to you, war god." Zhou Tong bowed respectfully. The martial god stared at Zhou Tong, nodded slightly, and said, "People really can't be lumped together. The strength of your body seems to be even stronger than that of the undying warrior, the strongest of the 4 great supreme warriors. No wonder you were able to knock Fane back with one punch. As the chief imperial magus of the Baruch Kingdom, you have suddenly come to the territory of our war god's college to issue a challenge. I imagine that you have already learned the secrets of our Yulan continent from Linley, as well as the matters regarding the necropolis of the gods." The war god looked at Zhou Tong and continued to ask. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He did indeed know about the necropolis of the gods, but not from Linley. In addition, his understanding of the necropolis of the gods was even greater than that of the war god. But of course, there was no need for him to tell the war god about this. "Since you already know, then I won't waste any more words." The war god casually tossed out a talisman. "Accept this talisman. It means that you are now on my side." Zhou Tong's goal in coming to the war god's college was to obtain this talisman. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. He casually accepted the talisman. This was a crimson talisman that occasionally flashed with a golden light. The talisman didn't have any gaudy designs on it, just a single character, Marshall. "If there are no other questions, you may leave," the war god said, then paid no further attention to Zhou Tong. He once more entered the floating sphere of fire above the lava and began to train. Zhou Tong gave the war god's training environment one last glance, then left War God Mountain. The war god. Even the weakest deity who fused with a divine spark has such an aura of power. After leaving War God Mountain, Zhou Tong felt rather emotional. Standing in front of the war god, even he felt a hint of pressure. However, since I've already left the kingdom for a stroll, I might as well make a trip to the mountain range of the setting sun. It wasn't easy for me to come to a magical world like this. If I don't tame 1 or 2 magical beasts, I'll feel like I'm missing something. Zhou Tong decided on a direction, then flew directly towards the mountain range of the setting sun. After coming to a magical world like this, if he didn't tame 1 or 2 magical beasts, he would feel like he was missing something. In addition, as a Grand Magus Saint, How could he not have a saint-level magical beast by his side? Zhou Tong moved at full speed, and in less than half a day, he arrived at the mountain range of the setting sun. The Yulon continent had three major magical beast gathering grounds: the mountain range of magical beasts, the forest of darkness, and the mountain range of the setting sun. The mountain range of magical beasts and the forest of darkness both had deity-level experts. Zhou Tong naturally didn't dare to casually tame magical beasts in their territories, but the mountain range of the setting sun was different. Arriving in the air above the mountain range of the setting sun, Zhou Tong immediately spread out his spiritual energy, not hiding anything at all. Who is it? Just as Zhou Tong spread out his spiritual energy, he immediately received a response. It was a violet-eyed gold-fur ape that was over 20 meters tall. It let out a wild howl, its voice echoing like thunder. Consider yourself unlucky. The first person to respond to me is you. Zhou Tong had a hint of a smile on his face, and then he flew directly towards the violet-eyed gold-fur ape. Growl. Human, what are you doing? I, Norman, am warning you. Don't come any closer. The violet-eyed gold-fur ape could clearly sense that Zhou Tong was charging towards it, and it immediately let out a wild howl of warning. Nothing much. I've just reached the grand mega saint level. I'm just missing a saint-level magical beast. Zhou Tong's voice was as calm as ever. Growl. You're looking to die. This purple-eyed golden-haired ape was also a hot-tempered person. It also charged towards Zhou Tong. Its huge body, which was over 20 meters tall, instantly soared into the sky. Its fist, which was the size of a house, directly smashed down towards Zhou Tong. Rumble. Wherever the fist passed, it actually caused the air to tremble, creating countless terrifying wind blades that chopped apart countless trees and stones on the ground. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. He didn't seem to make any other movements. All he did was stretch out a single hand, and it completely blocked the violet-eyed gold-fur ape's fist. No matter how much force the ape used, it wasn't able to move it in the slightest. Your strength isn't bad. You live up to your reputation as an Earth-style, saint-level magical beast. But this bit of strength isn't enough. Zhou Tong's other arm moved as well. He grabbed the violet-eyed gold-fur ape's arm with both hands and then casually swung it. Rumble! Instantly, the over 20-meter-tall, purple-eyed, golden-furred ape turned into an arc and smashed heavily into the ground below, causing the ground to crack. Countless boulders were shattered like tofu, and some were even turned into powder. The violet-eyed gold-fur ape was stunned by Zhou Tong's attack. Its huge, furry head shook, and its purple eyes looked somewhat sluggishly at Zhou Tong in the air. Was this how a grand Magus saint fought? Don't lie to me. No, even saint-level warriors didn't fight like this. It was a violet-eyed, gold-fur ape, a saint-level magical beast known for its strength. How could it be defeated by a human in the field of strength? Still want to put up a resistance? Zhou Tong's gaze swept over, and his bone-chilling gaze instantly froze all the flames of anger in the violet-eyed, gold-fur ape's heart. In the end, it helplessly lowered its head and allowed Zhou Tong to set up the soul contract magical formation. In truth, it had already accepted that it had lost in the field of strength it was most proficient in. It didn't resist at all. Chapter 9:27. The soul-binding magic array was successfully set up. Instantly, Zhou Tong and the violet-eyed gold-fur ape could sense the connection between their souls. Master! The violet-eyed gold-fur ape's respectful voice rang out in Zhou Tong's mind. Too big. Become about my size. Looking at the ape's enormous body, Zhou Tong immediately said. The violet-eyed gold-fur ape was very obedient. It immediately shrank in size, transforming into a golden ape that was about the same size as Zhou Tong. Based on my calculations, from the time Linley established the Baruch Kingdom to the opening of the Necropolis of the Gods, a total of 13 years have passed. In other words, there are only 5 years left until the opening of the Necropolis of the Gods. Since I've come to this world, I should at least take a look around. Zhou Tong didn't return to the Baruch Kingdom. Instead, he led the violet-eyed golfer ape to the mountain range of the setting sun. Norman, retract your saint-level aura and transform into an ordinary monkey. Zhou Tong casually instructed the violet-eyed golfer ape, then began to walk towards the depths of the mountain range of the setting sun. The mountain range of the setting sun was close to the southern part of the Yuan Empire and then connected to the blazing desert. In truth, both the mountain range of the setting sun and the blazing desert were the southernmost parts of the Yuan continent. If one passed through the mountain range of the setting sun or the blazing desert, one would be able to see the South Sea. In truth, this was the ideal place for Zhou Tong to train in. The Baruch kingdom was located in the northern part of the continent, and the climate there was rather cold. It wasn't very suited for Zhou Tong's elemental affinity. Zhou Tong's elemental affinity was earth, fire, water, and destruction. Earth and destruction were the same everywhere, but the other elements were different. The mountain range of the setting sun had a very hot climate, and it was also close to the South Sea. The natural elemental essence of fire and water was incomparably abundant and lively. It was very suitable for Zhou Tong. But of course, to Zhou Tong, none of this actually mattered because his primary focus was on the laws of the earth. Becoming a deity was the most important thing. The mountain range of the setting sun was a rainforest with incomparably abundant rain. The environment was hot and humid, and the ground was covered with small puddles of water. The central region of the mountain range was uninhabited all year round. High-level magical beasts, and even saint-level magical beasts, would often appear here. But Zhou Tong had no fear at all. He directly headed south in a straight line. He didn't fly at all. Instead, he walked through the forest, quietly sensing the environment of this world while comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. In fact, every time Zhou Tong came to a new world, one of the essential steps was to tour the various heavens. Because he was not a native of this world, this process could speed up his integration into the world and speed up his understanding of the characteristics of this world. This was a rare opportunity for him to train. In the Baruch kingdom, he had focused all of his attention on meditating on the profound mysteries of the laws. Although he had a high level of insight into the laws of the earth, he clearly lacked some practical applications. If he didn't make up for it now, he might end up in an awkward situation. For example, even if his comprehension of laws was high enough, he wouldn't be able to display 100% of his comprehension. At that time, he might have to face the same awkward situation as the high priest. The high priest had become a deity on his own, but in the end, he was only able to fight to a draw against a latecomer and a war god who had fused with a divine spark to become a deity. This result was simply too awkward. Zhou Tong speculated that it was definitely because the high priest's understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws was inferior to the war gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Actually, this difference was the difference between a warrior and a magus at the deity level. When a grand magus saint faced a saint-level warrior, they would often have an advantage. This was because their magic was powerful and their spirit was strong. But after becoming a deity, the advantage of a grand magus saint would be completely evened out by a warrior. In front of a deity, a magus who had spent hundreds or even thousands of years researching magic would be completely useless. But a warrior was different. Even at the deity level, a warrior's martial arts technique would be a powerful weapon. In terms of the combination of the profound mysteries of the laws and the techniques used in battle, a warrior who became a deity was far superior to a magus who became a deity. Especially in the face of sudden danger, a warrior who was skilled in close combat would be much more relaxed than a magus. I'll start from the very beginning. After making up his mind, Zhou Tong, aside from meditating on the profound mysteries of the laws every day, he would constantly train in his martial arts. He didn't have a weapon of his own, so he could only train in his martial arts. Every day, he would constantly experiment. Straight punch, penetrating punch, copying punch, chopping punch, buckling punch, whipping punch, bouncing punch. These were the basic movements of his martial arts. But Zhou Tong would constantly integrate the profound mysteries of the laws that he had comprehended into his martial arts in order to continuously increase his attack power. Training in his martial arts wasn't his goal. His true goal was to perfectly integrate the profound mysteries of the laws into his martial arts. And what surprised Zhou Tong was that while he was comprehending the various martial arts techniques, he was actually also increasing his own comprehension of the profound mysteries of the laws. Every time he pondered, every time he comprehended, every time he punched, it was an improvement. It was another comprehension of the laws of the earth, and it was a step further in his understanding of the laws of the earth. He walked barefoot on the ground, sensing the surging power of the earth, sensing the fine ripples in the depths of the earth, sensing the boundless vitality contained in the earth. This process of training was completely at will. He completely forgot about the passage of time and even forgot about himself. Every time he improved, he would feel joy from the bottom of his heart. The path of cultivation was a long and arduous one. Zhou Tong spent a total of 3 years on this arduous journey of training before finally traversing the entire mountain range of the setting sun. During this time, he would occasionally encounter a few saint-level magical beasts that didn't know their place. But unsurprisingly, these saint-level magical beasts were all bound by Zhou Tong's contracts and followed by his side. Along the way, besides the purple-eyed gold-fur ape, he also had the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the trident dragon, and the thunderbolt panther by his side. Whoosh! After walking out of the forest, a thick mist of water hit him in the face. In front of him was a boundless sea. The waves of the sea roared, and before the first wave had even subsided, another wave rose up, roaring as it surged towards the shore. "We've finally made it out of the mountain range of the setting sun." Zhou Tong couldn't help but raise his head and howl. Roar! Following Zhou Tong's howl, the purple-eyed gold-fur ape, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the trident dragon, and the thunderbolt panther, these 4 saint-level magical beasts, simultaneously howled towards the sea. In the past 3 years, his fusion of the profound mysteries of strength, the profound mysteries of vitality, and the profound mysteries of the throbbing pulse of the earth had been progressing in an orderly fashion. From the initial 32 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world, he had been improving bit by bit. Virtually every month, he would be able to improve by 1 or 2 waves. By the time he made it out of the mountain range of the setting sun, his understanding and fusion of these 3 profound mysteries had already reached the 108th level. He was only 20 levels away from the 128th level he had predicted. Chapter 928. So this is the South Sea. It is indeed vast and boundless. After coming to this world, this was the first time Zhou Tong had seen the sea, and his entire mood was somewhat different. That boundless azure sea made Zhou Tong's mood much better. The more he looked at the sea, the more a strange feeling emerged in Zhou Tong's heart. This strange feeling emerged from the depths of his soul, and then, like a clear spring, spread to his limbs and bones. In this instant, he felt that the place he was in had undergone a huge change. The boundless sea was all-encompassing, and the power of the water element pervaded the entire world. Zhou Tong's soul was unprecedentedly clear, and his mind was clear. In this instant, the depths of the sea and the coldness of the ice were deeply felt. In an instant, he felt as though he was swimming in the deep sea of the extreme north, surrounded by countless floating ice currents that revolved around him, making cracking and crashing sounds. At this moment, Zhou Tong's mind was completely immersed in the profound mysteries of the elemental law of water. His body, mind, and soul were all in harmony with the operation of the elemental law of water, reaching an unprecedented state. In this instant, his mind seemed to have merged with the world, and he was completely unaware of anything. It was as though his body was in harmony with the heavens, and he gradually understood the way of operation of the elemental law of water. This was an extremely special state. Zhou Tong's soul was actually in this state, and it started to grow rapidly. Because Zhou Tong's soul was a 4-elemental soul mutation, its upper limit was extremely high. This level even surpassed that of a low god and was infinitely close to that of a mid-god. 8 years ago, he had already reached the level of a Grand Magus Saint, and after 8 years of training, his soul was infinitely close to that of a low god. But at this moment, he was wholeheartedly immersed in the comprehension of the elemental law of water, and his soul actually started to grow rapidly again, quickly reaching the level of a low god. But this was not the end. The strength of his soul was still growing, growing, and growing. As his epiphany continued, Zhou Tong gradually understood. What he was comprehending was precisely the high-level, profound mystery of the elemental laws of water, the profound mysteries of circular softness. And as Zhou Tong continued to cultivate, this profound mystery was rapidly fusing with the profound mysteries of ice that Zhou Tong had already comprehended. As the two profound mysteries fused and corroborated, Zhou Tong's understanding of the elemental laws of water advanced at a tremendous pace. A layer of cold air gradually appeared around him. As soon as this cold air appeared, it immediately turned the water vapor on the beach into a white mist and shrouded him. By his side, the saint-level Tyrannosaurus Rex stared in astonishment. "It's so cold." The three-horned halberd dragon shivered and didn't dare to approach. Trident dragons were saint-level magical beasts of the fire element. What they hated the most was the aura of the elemental laws of water. Elemental laws of water. I didn't think that Master would be proficient in the elemental laws of water and have such a deep understanding of them at that. The lightning bolt leopard was rather shocked as well. So formidable. The violet-eyed goldfur ape was rather stunned as well. In a mountain range of the setting sun, Zhou Tong had always displayed his mastery of the laws of the earth. He had never displayed his insights into any other laws. Only now did he truly display his mastery of the laws of the earth in front of these four saint-level magical beasts. Instantly, these four saint-level magical beasts were stunned. Master is definitely comprehending something. Let's stand guard nearby. We can't let anyone disturb Master. The violet-eyed goldfur ape reacted very quickly, immediately standing guard. Time slowly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Zhou Tong had been meditating here for 3 full months. The cold air around him hadn't dissipated. Instead, it had grown even thicker. By the end, not even the 4 saint-level magical beasts were able to see Zhou Tong's body. But on this day, the white mist suddenly surged forth, spreading out in every direction in the blink of an eye. And then, blown away by the sea breeze, it quickly dissipated. At this moment, Zhou Tong's body finally reappeared in front of the 4 saint-level magical beasts. The 4 saint-level magical beasts simultaneously gathered, looking at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong slowly opened his eyes. A strange light faintly flowed within his eyes, containing an extremely unique and cold energy that deeply intimidated the minds of the 4 saint-level magical beasts. But very quickly, Zhou Tong's eyes regained their calmness. They were no longer as cold as before. His eyes had become much gentler, and a faint layer of fluorescent light flickered within them. 3 months of enlightenment is at least equivalent to 10 years of hard work. I originally thought that after my breakthrough in the laws of the earth, my first breakthrough would be in the laws of fire. I didn't expect that my enlightenment this time would directly cause my laws of water to improve so much. Zhou Tong was pleasantly surprised. The sharpness of ice that he had originally comprehended had fused with the newly comprehended profound mysteries of circular softness. And based on the current rate of fusion, it would take him 7 or 8 years at least, and at most 15 years for his laws of water to directly become a god. This place isn't bad. I'll stay here for a few months before leaving. Zhou Tong inwardly made up his mind. This place was his own blessed land. If he stayed here for a bit longer, he might gain other benefits. Although he had decided to first become a god in the laws of the earth, that didn't mean that he was going to intentionally suppress his insights into the other laws. Naturally, it would be good for him to improve in other profound mysteries as well. Zhou Tong stayed here for half a year, but in the end, he was only ordinary and didn't gain much insight. Let's go. It's time to go back to the Baruch Kingdom and take a look. Zhou Tong called out to the 4 saint-level magical beasts next to him, and then he sat down on the head of the tyrant WRM and returned to the Baruch kingdom. The saint-level magical beasts were extremely fast. Flying through the air, they instantly flew past the mountain range of the setting sun, and then spent half a day traversing the Yulan Empire before returning to the Baruch kingdom. Oriha halt. Suddenly, as they passed by a large lake, Zhou Tong gave the order. Oriha was the name of the tyrant WYRM he had tamed. Hearing Zhou Tong's order, the tyrant WYRM immediately came to a halt. The other 3 saint-level magical beasts also came to a halt, staring curiously at Zhou Tong. Qinghu Town. It's been a long time since I've been back. Let's go to that small town. Zhou Tong instructed. The saint-level magical beasts immediately flew towards Qinghu Town, which was next to the large lake. At the same time, within Qinghu Town, as soon as the tyrant WYRM had begun to move, the guards of Qinghu Town had already noticed the 4 saint-level magical beasts. Tyrant WYRM, Trident WRM, Violet-Eyed, Goldfur Ape, Thunderbolt Panther, 4 saint-level magical beasts. What did our Qinghu Town do to provoke them? Why have 4 saint-level magical beasts come? A warrior of the 7th rank felt his limbs go soft. Facing saint-level magical beasts, they didn't have the slightest desire to resist. Wait, look, there seems to be someone atop the tyrant WRM's head. The strongest warrior, Austin, had already seen Zhou Tong, who was standing atop the tyrant WRM's head. It's not a saint-level magical beast attack. It's a saint-level Grand Magus. It had been more than 10 years, and Austin had already become a warrior of the 9th rank. He was still the guardian of Qinghu Town. Why does that person look a bit like Khan? Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, one could still vaguely see the child's shadow in his hair color and between his brows. It seems to be him. But how many years has it been? How did he manage to tame a saint-level magical beast like the tyrant WYRM? When the others saw Khan atop the tyrant WRM's head, they were instantly shocked, but they also had some doubts. Uncle Austin, long time no see. I hope you've been well since we last met. Zhou Tong's voice instantly reached the ears of the guards of Qinghu Town. Haha, Khan, it really is Khan. He has become a saint-level Grand Magus. Our Qinghu Town has finally produced a saint-level expert. Austin was ecstatic and immediately shouted out loudly. Haha, everyone come out. Let's celebrate today. Chapter 929. Zhou Tong's return as a saint-level expert caused the entire Qinghu Town to erupt in cheers. That day itself was a grand celebration. However, Zhou Tong didn't stay in Qinghu Town for long. He only added a portion of the saint-level training content to the legacy of Qinghu Town. At the same time, he also left one of his 4 saint-level magical beasts, the Thunderbolt Panther, behind to guard Qinghu Town. After finishing these matters, Zhou Tong quickly led the remaining 3 saint-level magical beasts out of Qinghu Town. He returned to his residence and continued to train. The second day after Zhou Tong returned to his residence, Linley, having received the news, brought Bibi to the place where Zhou Tong usually trained, the mountain behind the Baruch Academy of Magic and Force. Linley, what a rare guest. Zhou Tong greeted Linley. Khan, where have you been these past few years? And these saint-level magical beasts? Linley stared with some astonishment at the 3 saint-level magical beasts by Zhou Tong's side. I made a trip to the War Gods College, and then spent a few years training in the mountain range of the setting sun. I imagine you have a piece of this as well. Zhou Tong casually took out a crimson talisman and waved it in front of Linley. As for saint-level magical beasts, as a Grand Magus Saint, subduing a few saint-level magical beasts shouldn't be a problem for me, right? You got this as well? That's right. Given your power, 8 years ago, you should have been able to get it. Linley was surprised at first, but then he nodded. Indeed, his power was enough for him to get this talisman. However, when you went to the War Gods College, did you spar with any of the War Gods' disciples? Linley was somewhat curious. In order to obtain this talisman, one had to display one's power. Zhou Tong had never made a name for himself, so naturally, he could be considered a nobody. At this time, he would definitely have to spar with the War Gods College. I'm guessing that you definitely want to ask me if I fought against Fane. Zhou Tong laughed. By now, Linley's human form had already reached the saint level. Within the War Gods College, the only person who truly caught Linley's attention was the prime saint, Fane. I exchanged 2 blows with Fane. He lost. Zhou Tong said casually. Fane has lost. Linley was stunned. Although he knew that he was no longer the same as he had been in the past, he still didn't feel too confident in his ability to face Fane. However, Fane had been defeated in merely 2 moves. Fane is a prime saint. How could he have been defeated so easily? Linley didn't dare believe it. Although there are tens of thousands of paths on the path of laws, each path has its own level of superiority. Although Fane is at the limits of the saint level, his Tao path is very weak, far inferior to mine. Thus, even though I have yet to reach my limits, my power is still above his. Zhou Tong said leisurely. The difference in the path of laws. Linley was silent for a moment, then nodded. He agreed with this reasoning, because Linley firmly believed that his own understanding of the profound truths of the earth was superior to others. However, I imagine that you didn't come here today to talk about these things. Zhou Tong looked at Linley and asked. Linley said, Today, I came to spar with you. Ever since a few months ago, when my throbbing pulse of the world reached the 256 cycle, I was unable to improve any further. Since you have also mastered the throbbing pulse of the world, perhaps a spar will allow me to see the path ahead. A few months ago, I came here to look for you, but you weren't here. Recently, when I learned that you had returned, I immediately came. Linley continued. My throbbing pulse of the world is inferior to yours. It's only at the 108th cycle. My Tao path is to fuse the power and life force that I have comprehended into my throbbing pulse, causing each throbbing pulse to become even more powerful. A single throbbing pulse is equivalent to 10 of your throbbing pulse, allowing each throbbing pulse to last longer, so that there won't be any losses in the transmission process. Zhou Tong shook his head, rejecting Linley's request to spar. Given Zhou Tong's current power, let alone a 108 throbbing pulse, even if he only used 20 throbbing pulse, he would be able to defeat Linley's attack, while also heavily injuring him. After all, the current Linley had yet to embark on the path of the throbbing pulse of the world. A single cycle of your throbbing pulse is equivalent to 10 of my throbbing pulse. Linley didn't dare to believe it. Then you'll know once you try. Try and use your 30 throbbing pulse to block my triple throbbing pulse. Zhou Tong flicked his finger, and instantly a throbbing pulse shot towards Linley. This was merely the most basic triple throbbing pulse of the world. Of course, Zhou Tong's triple throbbing pulse was a fusion of the profound mysteries of strength and life. Linley raised his hand, using his 30 throbbing pulse of the world as well, hoping to block Zhou Tong's attack. But as soon as they came into contact, Linley's face instantly changed. This was because he could sense that although his opponent's throbbing pulse was only a simple triple throbbing pulse, it was superior to his own throbbing pulse in both power and toughness. His 30 throbbing pulse could only temporarily block it. It was impossible for it to cancel it out. Rumble. In the next moment, Linley exploded with his battle chi, instantly erupting with 60 throbbing pulse. Only then was he able to block Zhou Tong's simple triple throbbing pulse. Your throbbing pulse is so much stronger than mine. Is it really that powerful after fusing with your Tao path? Linley was very stunned. If this sort of attack really did have 108 throbbing pulses, who could possibly block it? I've walked a total of 3 Daos in the laws of the earth, but I've discovered that different Daos can be fused together. Every time I fuse a Tao path, my power will increase by roughly 10 times. I've fused 3 Daos. Just in terms of foundation, I'm 100 times stronger than you. My 108 throbbing pulses are comparable to at least 10,000 of yours. Linley was rather speechless, but then he grew rather downcast. Does the throbbing pulse of the world really have 10,000 throbbing pulses? Why is it that after 256 throbbing pulses, I can't increase it any further? If you can't increase it any further after 256 throbbing pulses, then it's very likely that this is the limit of the throbbing pulse of the world. Zhou Tong said leisurely. But if this is the limit of the throbbing pulse of the world, why don't you think of a way to strengthen every single throbbing pulse? Like you, fusing with other Daos. Linley asked. No, you can try fusing the 256 throbbing pulses into one, reducing them to 128 throbbing pulses, and then further reducing them to 64 throbbing pulses, 32 throbbing pulses, 16 throbbing pulses. In the end, you can even fuse all of the throbbing pulses into one, using the simplest throbbing pulse to contain all 256 throbbing pulses. Zhou Tong reminded him. 221. These words were like a clap of thunder in Linley's mind. A hint of understanding instantly appeared in his eyes, followed by a burst of wild joy. That's right. That's it. If the throbbing pulse of the world continues, it will return to one. A single, simplest throbbing pulse of the world contains all 256 throbbing pulses. Khan, thank you. You've done me a huge favor. Linley was overjoyed and immediately expressed his thanks. Right, Khan, there's one more thing. Linley suddenly thought of something. Looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops by Zhou Tong's side, Linley said, I hope that I can borrow some blood from these saint-level dragons of yours. That's fine with me. But whether or not they agree will depend on your own ability. Zhou Tong laughed. Although they had signed a master-servant contract, they were still his subordinates. If he were to casually lend blood to an outsider, it would be disrespectful to these saint-level magical beasts. Linley, if you want dragon blood, then you have to do it yourself and convince these two dragons. Haha, no problem. Seeing that Zhou Tong had no objections, Linley immediately laughed. Saint-level magical beasts were all very proud, especially saint-level dragons. If he wanted to make these saint-level dragons obediently give up some blood, the only way was to use power. He would use absolute power to beat them until they were convinced. Chapter 9:30. How could the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Triceratops possibly be a match for Linley? Even when they joined forces, Linley easily defeated them. In the end, the two dragons were convinced. They obediently dripped a few drops of dragon blood onto Linley. Of course, to them, it was only a few drops of dragon blood, but that was relative to their enormous size. Linley had to fill several buckets with just these few drops of blood. Soon, Linley left, leaving behind the unhappy Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Triceratops. But even so, they were still convinced by Linley's power. Master, this Linley is so powerful. The Triceratops said. After transforming into a dragon man, he's become much stronger. The Dragon Blood warriors are truly terrifying. I wonder what kind of dragon's bloodline they have for them to be so powerful. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sighed. Can it be that there really are deity-level magical beasts? Zhou Tong glanced sideways at the two draconic beasts, feeling rather speechless. These two fellows had actually been able to sense that Linley's Dragon Blood warrior bloodline was that of a dragon blood. All right, don't overthink it. Linley's future isn't something that the three of you can compare to. If you want to be qualified to compete with him, you'd best focus on gaining insights into the profound mysteries of the laws. Zhou Tong looked at the three magical beasts and shook his head. These three saint-level magical beasts were quite powerful at the saint level. At the very least, their physical strength wasn't any weaker than Linley's after transforming. Unfortunately, their insights into the profound mysteries of the laws were far, far too low. They had barely begun to understand them and could only be considered the weakest of them all. The profound mysteries of the laws are too difficult. Master, you've been training for so long, but you still don't understand anything. The nearby violet-eyed goldfur ape couldn't help but speak up. Do as you please. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He closed his eyes and began to train. These saint-level magical beasts had been casually tamed by him anyways. How far they could go in the future would depend on their own luck. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Zhou Tong was still quietly cultivating in the back mountain of the Academy of Magic and Force, but the outside world was in a perilous situation. The largest magicite mine in the history of the Baruch Kingdom had been discovered, and the quality of the magicite mine was extremely high. Even magicite gems of the 9th rank could be extracted from it. As soon as this news came out, the entire continent was in an uproar. In particular, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, which had divided the anarchic lands and the Baruch Kingdom in three, immediately joined forces, preparing to launch a joint attack against the Baruch Kingdom. The war was about to break out. However, Linley, the Radiant Church, and the Cult of Shadows had already agreed that the Saints could not intervene. Therefore, even if a war broke out, it had nothing to do with Zhou Tong. However, before the war was about to start, Linley found Zhou Tong and took him to the deepest part of the magic crystal mine. There was a strange door there, and it couldn't be discovered by spiritual power. Khan, you definitely wouldn't have imagined that something like this would appear in the core area of the magic crystal mine, right? Linley smiled as he introduced the door to Zhou Tong. Have you gone in to take a look? Zhou Tong looked at Linley. In his heart, he was rather surprised as well. He hadn't expected that Linley would share this with him. Why don't you go in and take a look? Linley laughed. But I have to warn you first. If you aren't prepared, you might be injured. This door will automatically counterattack. Don't worry. As Zhou Tong spoke, he walked towards the door. Slash! As soon as Zhou Tong stepped through the door, a wave of energy, like a steel knife, slashed at him 10 million times. But all of this was blocked by a layer of faint golden battle chi that appeared around Zhou Tong's body. Behind this door, there was a spherical space, and the inside of it was like a training room. There was a simple bed, table, and chairs, and the entire spherical space was protected by a layer of membrane, preventing external disturbances. Outside the spherical space, there was a chaotic spatial turbulence. Colorful space turbulence, as well as spatial cracks that appeared from time to time, made one's heart palpitate just by looking at this scene. This feeling, as soon as he entered, Zhou Tong felt unprecedented elemental fluctuations. His own attributes were earth, fire, water, and destruction. When he usually cultivated, he could only feel the fluctuations of these few elements. But after entering this miniature plane, he could already feel the fluctuations of other elements. The violent and violent wind, gentle and agile, the bright and penetrating light, the rapid fluctuations, the violent explosions of thunder, and even the fate, life, and death. All kinds of elemental fluctuations were sensed by Zhou Tong, but the one he had the most profound perception of was the law of destruction. In fact, in a material plane, the various elemental laws were the clearest. The four great laws of fate, life, death, and destruction were much more vague. Thus, in all these years, Zhou Tong's law of destruction was the worst he had ever cultivated. Even his comprehension of the law of destruction was only comparable to Linley's when he had just broken through to rank 9 in his human form. It was too weak. But now that he had arrived in this pocket dimension, the unique power and laws of the overgod of destruction were incomparably clear to him. He could sense the strange ripples of the laws of destruction 100 times more clearly than before, and the mysterious, explosive power of the profound mysteries of explosion left a mark in his heart. This feeling, the power of destruction and the explosive power of flames. But in an instant, Zhou Tong's heart stirred slightly. He felt as if he had caught something. The law of destruction and the elemental law of fire. So that's how it is. So this is the bridge that combines the two. In an instant, Zhou Tong firmly grasped the thing he had caught in his hand. It was the fusion point between the law of destruction and the profound mystery of explosion of the elemental law of fire that he had comprehended. The 4 great laws and the 7 great elemental laws weren't superior, but there was a great difference in their comprehension. The 7 great elemental laws, each of which was a complete law, were divided into different profound mysteries. They were clearly organized, and one could clearly see that they were growing step by step. But the 4 great laws were different. They were a whole, and didn't have any restrictions. If one went to the higher planes to look for books about the 4 great laws and the 7 great elemental laws, they would discover that the descriptions of the 7 great elemental laws and the names of the various profound mysteries were the same. But the 4 great laws weren't unified. Every author had their own comprehension of the 4 great laws, artificially divided them, so they were completely different. Even people who comprehended similar laws would have different variations because of the weapons they used. Some people called it sword intent, some called it saber intent, and so on. The division of the 4 great laws was different for everyone. Without the guidance of authority, even if the 4 great laws were divided by experts in great perfection, many people wouldn't recognize them. In fact, compared to the 7 great elemental laws, the process of comprehending the 4 great laws was very similar to Zhou Tong's method of comprehending the Grand Tao, enshrouding Heaven World and Longevity World. In Zhou Tong's comprehension of the law of destruction, if he used his own comprehension to divide it, belonged to the law of matter. It was a kind of attack that specialized in targeting matter. If he had to give it a name, Zhou Tong would call it the law of destruction. The fusion of the elemental law of fire and the law of destruction, the explosive law of destruction. The corners of Zhou Tong's mouth rose, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. The power that only soul mutates could use, the different law profound mysteries had finally begun to fuse. This was a great improvement, representing the fusion of the elemental law of fire and the law of destruction. Chapter 9:31. What do you think of this place? Linley looked at Zhou Tong. Excellent. You don't mind if I train here in the future, right? Zhou Tong looked at Linley as he spoke. In the entire Yulon continent, this was most likely the best place to train in the Edicts of Destruction. It was far too difficult to do so in any other place. Of course not. The reason I told you about this place is because I hope you can train here as well. Linley looked at Zhou Tong with shining eyes. We both train in the laws of the earth, and our paths are similar. Occasionally, we can exchange some pointers. It's good for both of us. Haha, thank you very much. Zhou Tong thanked him, but then he fell silent. A moment later, Zhou Tong continued, You can build a castle here. By then, even if the Baruch kingdom is defeated, this place can still be protected. You have an agreement with the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows that saints cannot intervene, but that doesn't mean that you can't fight back when they come knocking on your door. You don't think we can win? Linley frowned. If this battle had erupted 10 years ago, before I had reached the saint level, with me present, the Baruch kingdom would definitely win. But now, it's hard to say if saints don't intervene. The Baruch kingdom has only been established for a short period of time. It doesn't have enough resources. Once the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows join forces, do you think saints can win without intervening? Zhou Tong countered. For a moment, Linley fell silent as well. Khan, my boss kindly brought you to this place, and even let you train here. But you're making sarcastic remarks. Bibi, who had been by Linley's side this entire time, was displeased and began to rebuke him angrily. Bibi, Khan's words are correct. Linley grabbed Bibi, not allowing him to continue. This was because he himself knew that Zhou Tong's words were correct. If saints couldn't intervene, perhaps this was the best way to protect this precious training ground. Of course, we still have a chance of winning. The key is up to you, Bibi. Zhou Tong turned to look at Bibi. Me? Bibi pointed at himself with its little paw, a little shocked. That's right, it's you. The outcome of this battle will depend on whether or not Bibi can borrow troops. Zhou Tong looked at Bibi and said leisurely, Borrow troops? How can I borrow troops? Who would be willing to lend them to me? Bibi was stunned once again. Where would he borrow soldiers from? Dark Forest. Zhou Tong calmly announced the name. I've heard that Bibi often goes to the Forest of Darkness to play. You should have some saint-level magical beast friends there, right? You can ask them for help. This is the so-called borrowing of troops. You don't need saint-level magical beasts. You only need low-level magical beasts. It was no secret that Bibi often went to the Forest of Darkness to play. In addition, Bibi often bragged about how many saint-level magical beast friends he had in the Forest of Darkness. This was something that everyone in the upper echelon of the Baruch kingdom knew about. Based on what I know, The Forest of Darkness is a paradise for rat-type magical beasts, and these rat-type magical beasts obey the orders of the violet gold rat kings of the Forest of Darkness. If you can borrow a few 100 million soldiers from the Forest of Darkness, forget about defeating the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. You can even unify the anarchic lands and upgrade your kingdom to an empire. Naturally, he had to make good use of this wonderful place. If he had to fight here for half a year like in the original work, how would he train? Wouldn't that be a waste of such a wonderful training ground? A waste of time? Thus, Zhou directly pointed out the rat wave to Linley in advance, so that he could take care of these mundane affairs as soon as possible, so that they wouldn't affect his training. This rat wave? Linley was startled as well. He didn't expect that Zhou was talking about a rat wave. Using the rat wave to unify the anarchic lands and completely annihilate the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows? Khan really is vicious. If he succeeds, the Radiant Church will definitely suffer a major blow. Linley was excited as well, because this was a perfect opportunity to strike a blow at the Radiant Church. But after thinking for a moment, Linley immediately said, "That's not a good idea, is it? If we let these rat-type magical beasts fight, we'll probably suffer heavy losses. No matter how close BB is to the Violet Gold Rat King, the Violet Gold Rat King wouldn't let his subordinates die in battle." Linley, have you forgotten what the most powerful aspect of rat-type magical beasts is? Zhou continued to ask. But without waiting for Linley to reply, Zhou answered his own question. The most powerful aspect of rat-type magical beasts lies in their reproductive abilities. If they weren't controlled, the entire Yulon continent would have become the world of rat-type magical beasts long ago. Thus, I can foresee that within the Forest of Darkness, the king in charge of rat-type magical beasts will definitely try to reduce the number of rat-type magical beasts. Thus, I feel that it is very likely that BB will be able to successfully borrow an army. BB? Linley looked at BB, a hint of hope in his eyes. I'm going to give it a try right now. BB immediately transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the Forest of Darkness. BB was very excited as well. He himself wanted to try out what it felt like to control a large number of magical beasts. Watching BB leave, Zhou chuckled, then said to Linley, "Just now, when I entered this place, I gained some insights. If there isn't a saint-level battle, I won't come out." "All right, train hard." Linley nodded. Zhou entered the pocket dimension to train. On the other side, the situation between the Baruch Kingdom, the Radiant Church, and the Cult of Shadows was becoming more and more attention-grabbing. Everyone knew that this battle was unavoidable, especially the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. They were extremely excited. This was a perfect opportunity to encircle and annihilate the Baruch Kingdom. But soon, everyone was no longer able to laugh. Because right at this moment, the rat-type magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness began to move. Countless rat-type magical beasts, black, green, purple, gray, silver, gold, all sorts of rat-type magical beasts charged out of the Forest of Darkness in a dense mass, covering the entire area. It was as boundless as the sea. Everyone was stunned. This rat wave was simply too terrifying. Most likely, the Baruch Kingdom, the Radiant Church, and the Cult of Shadows would all be annihilated. But as the rat wave surged out, everyone was shocked. This rat wave had been controlled by someone, because the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had been attacked. Not only had the Baruch Kingdom not been harmed at all, it had even used the rat wave to expand its territory and forcibly take over the territories of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. Everywhere the rat wave passed, the cities were conquered. If a saint level didn't intervene, who would be able to stop this rat wave? It's Linley's rat-type magical beast. It must have done it. Someone realized the truth. But after realizing this, everyone fell silent. This was because an army like this was absolutely invincible in the continent. If a saint level didn't intervene, no one would be able to stop it. While the rat wave was attacking, Zhou, Linley, and the other high-level members of the Baruch Kingdom were all training within the pocket dimension within the Magicite mine. But today, Linley suddenly opened his eyes. Smiling, he said, "The Radiant Church can't hold back any longer. They want to negotiate with us. It's time for us to go see our old friends. Let's all go together. Linley looked around. The saint-level members of the Baruch kingdom were all here. Aside from himself and Zhou Tong, there was also the grand magus necromancer Zassler and the undying warrior. Haha, the Radiant Church is finally going to beg for mercy. The undying warrior Barker laughed loudly. Religious organizations value their faith the most. After losing such a large area, perhaps the divine plane of light will directly punish them. Zassler spoke out. He had always been an enemy of the Radiant Church, and so he understood them the best. Let's go. I want to see what they have to say. Linley was very confident. He had so many experts on his side. What did the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows amount to? Chapter 9:32. On the mighty Luyan River, a large ship was drifting along with the flow of the water. But the strange thing was, there wasn't a single person on the deck of this ship. But the main hall of the ship was filled with experts. 50% of the experts who appeared here were saint-level experts. There were a total of 9 chairs in the main hall, placed in 3 different positions. Linley, Barker, and Zhou Tong were seated side by side. The Grand Magus Necromancer Zassler was standing behind the 3 of them, while Bibi was lying on Linley's lap. Each side only had 3 chairs. With Zhou Tong present, there was naturally no place for Zassler to sit. On the other side, Holy Emperor Haydn's Praetorian Oseno and Fallen Leaf were seated side by side. On the side of the Cult of Shadows, Pope Affleck, Grand Elder O.K.C., and the leader of the Fallen Angels, Kramer's son, were seated. Behind them was a Saint Angel and a Fallen Angel. After the 3 sides were seated, the Holy Emperor and the Dark Pope swept their gazes past Zhou Tong, a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction in their hearts. Naturally, they could tell that Zhou Tong was a saint. In addition, they knew that Zhou Tong had been appointed by Linley as the prime magus of the imperial court. Such a young Grand Magus saint had broken Linley's record. This was something they didn't dare imagine. A genius like this should have belonged to them, but now he was on Linley's side. So many geniuses have appeared, but why must they all become enemies with us? The 2 holy emperors felt their hearts twist. Linley was a genius, but in the end, he was on their opposing side. Khan was a genius as well, but the result was the same. However, as the various parties took their positions, the discussion soon began, but it didn't take long for the discussion to break down. This was because both sides had enmity with each other, and both wished to uproot the other. How could there be any possibility of compromise? Watch your mouth. Towards the end of the discussion, Praetorian Oseno couldn't help but shout. Linley's gaze turned cold, and instantly, a ray of violet light appeared in the middle of the hall. This ray of light was devilish to the extreme, and it scared Wu Senuo so badly that he flew backwards. Wu Senuo even used the 2 saint-level angels behind him as shields. With 2 miserable screams, the 2 saint angels were simultaneously chopped in 2 by Linley, their corpses collapsing to the ground. Oseno clutched at his bleeding chest, staring in shock at Linley, who was wielding Blood Violet. Oseno, with your meager abilities, don't make a fuss in front of me. I don't even need to transform to kill a minor figure like you. Linley stared coldly at Oseno. Linley, what is the meaning of this? The Holy Emperor Haydn shouted angrily. At the same time, the other saints, as well as the members of the Cult of Shadows, all stood up, staring at Linley, Zhou Tong, and the others. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, there's no need to continue talking. Let's just kill them. At this time, Zhou Tong, who had been watching the show without speaking, spoke up. Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to speak here. Haydn stared angrily at Zhou Tong. He was afraid of Linley, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of Zhou Tong. As Haydn saw it, Zhou Tong was just someone who had recently reached the saint level. Even if he was a genius, he would at most be on par with Linley 10 years ago. Words are hard to persuade. Damn ghosts die. Zhou Tong instantly attacked. Whoosh! A terrifyingly low temperature suddenly appeared within the ship, and the entire ship was instantly frozen into ice crystals. Even the saints of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were instantly frozen to death. Water type, forbidden level spell, absolute 0. Zhou Tong immediately threw out a forbidden level spell. The terrifyingly low temperature instantly froze everyone on the ship, aside from Linley and his men. Even their souls were frozen and shattered by the terrifying temperature. Linley, Barker, Zassler, and Beebe were all stunned. They had all been prepared for a major battle, but their opponents had all been instantly frozen. Instant casting of a forbidden level spell? Zassler, who was also a Grand Magus Saint, stared at Zhou Tong, stupefied. His gaze was as though he was looking at some sort of monster. It was very simple for a Grand Magus Saint to instantly cast a spell of the 8th rank, but only the most powerful Grand Magus Saints could instantly cast a spell of the 9th rank. He had never heard of a Grand Magus Saint who could instantly cast a forbidden level spell. You haven't already become a deity, have you? Zassler was somewhat stunned. How can that be? If I had become a deity, I would have attacked the Radiant Church's sacred long ago. Zhou Tong shook his head. What astonishing control! Linley was shocked as well. He was a magus, and very close to becoming a Grand Magus Saint. Naturally, given his power, he could tell how terrifying Zhou Tong's attack was. It definitely wasn't just an instant cast forbidden level spell. It was also an extremely terrifying level of control. Absolute 0 had always been a forbidden level spell with an extremely large area of effect, but in Zhou Tong's hands, the area of effect had been reduced to a very small area. More importantly, the power of the forbidden level spell hadn't been reduced at all. In fact, it had been stacked together within a small area of effect, causing the power of this attack to exceed that of a single target forbidden level spell. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the compressed forbidden level spell hadn't affected anyone at all. Such precise control had completely surpassed Linley's expectations. Most likely, even Desri, a prime saint, wouldn't be able to control a forbidden level spell as easily as he does. This shouldn't be something that can be explained by a simple understanding of the elemental laws. Khan is most likely about to become a deity? Linley couldn't help but have this thought. Barker opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. In this battle, he had been prepared to transform and was about to attack, but his opponents had died. All of them had died. What a powerful forbidden level spell. Khan, your comprehension of the elemental laws of water has reached such a deep level. Can it be that your comprehension of the elemental laws of water has reached the level of a deity? Beebe's little eyes were wide open, and he stared at Zhou Tong as though he were looking at a freak. The deity level? It's still too early. I'm still quite a distance away from the deity level. Zhou Tong shook his head slightly. Forbidden level spells were a burden, even to a Grand Magus Saint. An ordinary Grand Magus Saint would only be able to use forbidden level spells once or twice a day. Even a Prime Saint would be able to use 3 forbidden level spells at most. To be able to instant cast a forbidden level spell and control it with such precision was something only a deity could do. But Zhou Tong was an exception. Because he was a quadruple soul mutate, the power of his soul had long ago surpassed that of most demigods. With such a terrifyingly powerful soul, using forbidden level spells was as easy as lifting a finger. Thus, not only was he able to instant cast a forbidden level spell, he was also able to easily control the area of effect of the forbidden level spell, and he was also able to precisely control the area of effect of the forbidden level spell. Chapter 9:33. Rumble. But right at this moment, the ship suddenly shattered. 3 enormous magical beasts began to attack the frozen ship. Linley, Zhou Tong, and the others simultaneously flew out of the ship. A Hellfire Phoenix, a Saint-level Black Dragon, and a Saint-level Twin-Headed Silver Dragon appeared. These were the 3 Saint-level magical beasts which the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had set up in ambush. They had wanted to ambush Zhou Tong's group, But unfortunately, before the ambush could take effect, the high-level members of the two churches had all died. Haha. So they had 3 saint-level magical beasts in ambush. This black dragon is mine. Nobody can take it from me. Barker was very excited. He could finally fight. He immediately transformed into his undying warrior form and charged towards the saint-level black dragon. Boss, this silver dragon is mine. BB couldn't hold back his excitement as well, charging towards the silver dragon. Con, let's get some exercise as well. Lindley laughed as well, then charged towards the final saint-level magical beast, the Hellfire Phoenix. Right now, the only ones left on the battlefield were Zhou Tong and Zassler, the 2 grand Magus saints, watching the battle. However, the battle quickly came to an end. How could the 3 saint-level magical beasts possibly be a match for the Dragonblood Warriors, Undying Warriors, and God-Eater Rats? In the end, the saint-level black dragon's head was chopped off by Barker's hatchet. The twin-headed silver dragon's 2 heads were crushed by BB, and the Hellfire Phoenix was ripped apart by Lindley's bare hands. And so, the battle had come to an end. It's finally over. The high-level members of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, aside from the ones guarding their headquarters, have all been wiped out. Lindley's heart was filled with a hint of ambition. If they attacked the sacred isle of the Radiant Church at this time, would they be able to break through? Swish! Right at this moment, 3 streaks of light appeared in the distance, then instantly landed in front of Lindley, Zhou Tong, and the others. It was the Prime Saint Desri, as well as his 2 good friends. Lindley, this is... Desri immediately sensed an extremely dense cold aura. This was the aura of a forbidden spell. He immediately looked towards Lindley, and then swept his gaze across Zhou Tong. He was very familiar with Lindley, and also with the Baruch Kingdom. He knew that Zhou Tong was a court magus of the Baruch Kingdom, and that he was a triple element of earth, of water, and of fire. For him to appear in such a Saint Realm battlefield meant that he must have reached the Saint Realm. Combined with this water-type forbidden spell, there was no doubt that this forbidden spell was cast by him. Lindley looked at Desri. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows set up an ambush here, breaking our agreement. Now, the high-level members of both churches have already perished. Haydens and Affleck are both dead. Desri called out in shock. He. Zassler laughed sinisterly. Not just the 2 of them. Oseno, Fallen Leaf, OKC, and Kramer's son are all dead. Lord Khan's absolute zero spell froze all of the high-level members of the 2 churches to death. They're all dead. Desri and the others were all shocked. After hearing the news, they had immediately hurried over, but by the time they arrived, the battle had already concluded. The 2 churches had been wiped out. Barker spoke out as well, his voice loud and clear. Lord Lindley, since the high-level members of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows have been wiped out, and many angels have died as well. As I see it, given our current power, even if we attack the Radiant Church's sacred isle, it won't matter. Zassler laughed sinisterly. He. That's right, Lord Lindley. This time, they have violated our agreement. There's no need for us to abide by it. Lindley, although the Radiant Church was the one who violated the agreement, I still have to give you a word of advice. It's best if you don't attack the Radiant Church's sacred isle. Desri shook his head. Although the Radiant Church's violation of the agreement was something that only Lindley and the others had said, everyone present had already fled. Naturally, Desri couldn't be bothered to argue too much. The Radiant Church's sacred isle definitely has a magical formation, the glory of the Radiant Sovereign. Desri continued, without the power of a deity-level expert, there's no way to break this magical formation. Lindley was startled. He then thought back to when he had been in the Holy Union. The king of the mountain range of magical beasts, the deity-level Dylan, had taken 2 blows to break through the headquarters of the Radiant Church. Khan, are you confident in your ability to break through that magical formation? Lindley sent mentally. At the same time, he described the magical formation to Zhou Tong, including the scene of Dylan attacking and breaking through it. I should be able to break through it, but it'll probably take quite a bit of time. So rather than attacking now, it's better to wait for a while. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tong gave his answer. According to what the high priest had said, this magical formation only required 3 wind-style Grand Magus Saints to simultaneously cast dimensional edge spells at the same location to break through it. Although Zhou Tong was confident in his own attack power to surpass that of the dimensional edge spell, he wasn't confident in his ability to achieve 3 times the power of the dimensional edge spell. After all, the dimensional edge spell was virtually invincible against anyone below the deity level. Nobody could block it. Even a divine beast like the God-Eater rat wouldn't be able to block it. However, since it was a magical formation, it needed energy. If he kept attacking from the outside, he would definitely exhaust the formation to death. But attacking now wasn't worth it. Time was too precious. Hearing Zhou Tong's answer, Linley fell silent as well. Fine then, let's have them hole up in that little island for now. In the end, Linley shook his head, giving up on attacking the Radiant Church's headquarters for now. Barker, go make the arrangements. We can't let the magicite cores and corpses of those saint-level magical beasts go to waste. Linley casually instructed. No matter what, they had won this battle. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had no choice but to hole up in their own headquarters, not daring to come out again. As time went on, they would naturally weaken. This battle had determined the final ownership of the anarchic lands. The Baruch Kingdom had officially become the Baruch Empire after this battle. The ceremony for the Baruch Kingdom to become an empire was very lively. Countless major powers in the continent had sent people to attend. But Zhou Tong and Linley weren't present. They were training in the deepest pocket dimension of the magicite mine. Zhou Tong was still analyzing the profound truths of the earth. After reaching the 108th level of fused profound mysteries, he was making rapid progress. Every month, he was able to advance again. In particular, in this pocket dimension, the environment was perfect and the laws of the earth were incomparably clear. Zhou Tong's training speed increased even more. 110th level, 111th level, 112th level, and when Zhou Tong cultivated to the 115th level, his cultivation state was finally interrupted. This was because the war god had already sent someone to inform him and Linley that next year, on the 3rd of March, they would gather at War God Mountain. The necropolis of the gods was about to open, and everyone was to gather at War God Mountain. Chapter 934. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was March 3rd, year 10024 of the Yulon calendar. It was time to gather at War God Mountain. Zhou Tong and Linley simultaneously emerged from the pocket dimension, flying towards the O'Brien Empire and War God Mountain. The two moved very quickly, and in just half a day, they arrived at War God Mountain. While still in the air, the two saw that there were 20 saints gathered below them. These were the most powerful experts of the Yulon continent. Haha, Linley, you finally came. We're all missing you. Fane, seeing the two of them, immediately laughed and went to welcome them. The two of them also landed and joined the circle of experts. At this moment, it was getting late. Many experts were drinking and chatting. Some of them were in the mood to spar in midair. Many people were very curious about Linley, a dragon-blood warrior, as well as about Zhou Tong, the so-called youngest saint in history. Many people immediately proposed a spar to the two of them. Linley's spar was very simple. He didn't even transform before defeating an expert. Zhou Tong's spar was even simpler. He didn't even stand up. He just sat there, flicking his finger casually, and sent an expert flying, as though he was flicking a fly. This scene caused everyone to stare tongue-tied. This level of power was simply ridiculous. Khan, long time no see. As expected, you've improved yet again. Fane sighed. This body of yours is truly enviable. It's even more terrifying than the 4 supreme warriors. Everyone was silent. The technique Zhou Tong had just displayed was indeed terrifyingly powerful. A day passed as the experts drank and chatted. Early the next morning, the sun rose in the east, and golden light covered the entire War God Mountain. At this time, the War God finally appeared. The War God swept everyone with his gaze, then said, "Since you are all here, let's go." As soon as his words came out, the war god soared into the air, while the others followed behind him, flying forward. This direction led to the Forest of Darkness. Every time they wanted to go to the necropolis of the gods, they had to gather at the Forest of Darkness. Only Barut of the Forest of Darkness was qualified to open the path to the necropolis of the gods. Everyone here was a top-notch expert of the continent. Soon, they arrived at the Dark Forest. There was a pitch-black metal castle. This castle didn't occupy a large area. It was only a few kilometers in radius, but it was completely black. It was formed from a strange black metal. "All of you stay outside. You are not allowed to enter the castle without permission," said the martial god as he walked into the castle. At this moment, the most experienced Thanes said, "Don't go in without permission. This castle will attack intruders." Metallic life forms, Zhou Tong murmured to himself. These things were very rare in the material planes, but they were very common in the higher planes. "Boss, I'm going in first." BB wasn't afraid of the metallic life form, and he immediately flew in. He had asked for a spot for the Undying Warrior Barker. The Undying Warrior Barker wanted to enter the necropolis of the gods as well, but unfortunately, he wasn't qualified. Thus, BB had no choice but to ask Barut for a spot. Just as Zhou Tong and the others were waiting outside, other experts arrived as well. For example, Desri and the other Prime Saints who had joined Barut's side, the High Priest's side, the magical beast of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan's side, and the solitary deity, Caesar. Soon, at midday, the war god, the High Priest, Dylan, and Caesar, the four deities, walked out of the metallic castle and announced that they would be entering the necropolis of the South Seas. There were a total of 3 necropolis of the gods. The 3 paths were located in the Forest of Darkness, on an island in the North Seas, and deep within the South Seas. Of the 3, the tomb deep within the South Seas was the most difficult. Finally, deep into the night, a black shadow appeared in front of everyone, then solidified into a human form. This person was dressed in a long black robe, and his long black hair hung loose. He also had a long beard that reached his chest. He looked like an old man. Lord Beirut, the High Priest, the war god, Caesar, and Dylan immediately rose to their feet and bowed. The other saints all bowed towards Beirut as well. Beirut had a smile on his face as he swept everyone with his gaze. Finally, his gaze fell upon BB. "BB, come here. Grandpa Beirut, let's hurry up and leave." BB was somewhat impatient. Beirut nodded. "Fine, let's go." As he spoke, he carried BB and flew towards the south. The others followed closely behind. Everyone was a deity or a saint, so they quickly arrived in the air above the South Seas, then dove into the depths of the South Seas. They constantly flew through the depths of the sea. Occasionally, some enormous magical beasts would appear, but upon discovering so many experts, they would be so frightened that they wouldn't be able to move. The necropolis of the gods was roughly 20,000 meters below the sea. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure, especially towards the end. Everyone felt as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs as they advanced. Immediately, many saints began to use magic or set up battle chi defenses, and multicolored light began to shine. But of course, the 5 deities at the front didn't need to set up any sort of energy barrier. The only saint who didn't need to set up any sort of barrier was Zhou Tong. Many people stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. By now, they had a deeper understanding of what Fane had said earlier about Zhou Tong being the #1 saint. Finally, the group arrived at a gorge at the bottom of the sea. After passing through the gorge, they arrived at a pitch-black door that emanated strange ripples. This interspatial door is the door to the necropolis of the gods. Normally, this place is sealed. As Barut spoke, a black pillar of light shot out from his body. Rumble! When the black pillar of light landed on the interspatial door, the calm waters of the sea began to roil, and the door began to shine with a brilliant light. One could clearly see that there seemed to be a membrane sealing the door, but moments later, the membrane was pierced through. "Follow me in." As Beirut spoke, he took a step forward, disappearing on the other side of the interspatial door. And then, without any hesitation, the four deities all stepped into the interspatial door, disappearing from the sight of all the saints. Following them were the many saints. What a unique feeling. Is this a so-called divine plane? Jotong was somewhat surprised. But unfortunately, Beirut is a sovereign of wind, and he created a divine plane of wind. This place is perfect for training in the elemental laws of the wind, but it's far from perfect for training in other things. Perhaps the reason why Linley was able to make so many breakthroughs in his mastery of wind is because this is a divine plane of wind. Jotong said to himself. Chapter 9:35. Linley, can't be careful. Don't fall behind. Even my spiritual energy can only cover a distance of 10 or so meters. If you fall behind, you'll be in trouble. Fane sent mentally to Linley and Jotong. Jotong glanced sideways at Fane. He had long since seen through Fane's thoughts. It was because he and Linley were fairly powerful and would be of help to them on their way through the trials, which was why he had warned them beforehand. Otherwise, why didn't Fane warn Olivier, who was also a newcomer? However, Fane's spiritual energy is only 10 or so meters. Too weak. I'm 1,000 times stronger than you. Jotong said quietly to himself. The group quietly followed behind Beirut, who led them to fly for 10 or so kilometers. Do you see that building up ahead? That's the necropolis of the gods. Fane continued to explain to Jotong and Linley, the two newcomers. This necropolis is 20,000 meters tall, and each of the four sides of the base is over 10,000 meters long. What appeared in front of them was a tall, square-shaped building with a sharp corner at the very top. Everyone flew at high speed, and a distance of 100 kilometers was covered in but a few moments. The necropolis of the gods had 4 walls in total. The wall facing Jotong's group had an image of an enormous dragon on it. This is the Azure Dragon, right? It looks exactly the same as the true dragon of the shrouded heaven world. Jotong said to himself as he looked at the enormous dragon carving. At this moment, Beirut spoke out. The 4 sides of the necropolis have a total of 4 enormous carvings. The front is a carving of an enormous dragon, the back is a carving of a white tiger, and the 2 sides are carvings of a phoenix and a dragon turtle. As he spoke, Beirut had Bibi leave his side, then laughed. These 4 enormous carvings represent the 4 major sections of the necropolis of the gods. Below the dragon carving, there are many smaller carvings. Everyone looked at those smaller carvings. They were all strange, magical beasts in the shape of dragons and serpents. Based on the calculations of the smaller carvings, the leader guarding the first 11 floors is the divine beast boss serpent. Beirut continued. Divine beast boss serpent? All the remaining experts were shocked. Although they didn't know what the boss serpent was, since it was a divine beast, it must have reached the deity level. Lord Beirut, will they succeed? Dylan was frantic. His son was involved as well. In addition, Dylan knew that the boss serpent was definitely not someone a saint could withstand. Beirut said calmly, "This boss serpent has reached maturity long ago and is now a god. Not to mention saint-level experts. Even if the few of you ran into them, you wouldn't be able to survive." In an instant, all of the saints' faces fell. This was the divine beast boss serpent. There was no way they could pass this stage. Beirut smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not certain death. Let me tell you now. The necropolis of the gods has a total of 18 levels. The first 10 levels definitely don't have any divine sparks. From 11th level onwards, there will definitely be divine corpses and divine sparks. You are about to enter the first 11 floors, which are guarded by the boss serpent. From a 12th floor onwards, even a deity would have a 90% chance of dying." Beirut's words caused the saints to lose confidence in the 12th floor. As for the boss serpent, it might be on the first floor, or it might be on the second floor. In addition, the boss serpent likes to sleep. Generally speaking, the slumbering boss serpent won't wake up unless it encounters some sort of major disturbance. If, as soon as you enter, the boss serpent is awake, then you can only blame your bad luck. Beirut laughed. The faces of all the experts changed slightly. This was too much of a test of luck. Haha, I can only wish you good luck. Beirut laughed loudly. Remember, the first 11 floors don't just have the divine beast boss serpent. There are other monsters as well. Those monsters are very powerful. Beirut had originally wanted to say that those monsters were even more powerful than the strongest of them. But before he could say anything, he looked at Zhou Tong and immediately changed his words. Right, let me tell you something. If you accidentally break through to the deity level during the process, then if the experts of the first 11 floors don't offend you, you're not allowed to act against them. Beirut seemed to have thought of something, and he casually added a rule. Zhou Tong's face changed slightly. This rule was clearly aimed at him. Before coming to the necropolis of the gods, he had already reached the 126 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. In 2 months at most, he would be able to reach the 128 waves and reach the deity level. He had wanted to break through to the deity level in the necropolis of the gods, then sweep his way up, but Beirut had actually added a rule. This was to prevent him from obtaining divine artifacts and treasures. But what special treasures did the first 11 floors have? According to the original story, the 6th floor contained 3 demigod artifacts. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors contained pearls of life, which were useless to deities. The 11th floor contained divine sparks and demigod artifacts. None of these things were expensive. Holy shit, Beirut definitely knows how fast my training has progressed. And he definitely knows that I have fused profound mysteries. He even has a rough estimate of how long it will take for me to become a deity. This new rule is definitely meant to prevent me. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more speechless he felt. You, as sovereign, are so stingy, but the other saints didn't understand. If one could train to the deity level on their own, who would come to the necropolis of the gods to search for divine sparks? This rule shouldn't be aimed at Khan, right? Fane was rather bewildered as well. As he saw it, if there was anyone in this group who had the highest chance of becoming a deity, it would be Khan. His power was simply too deep and unfathomable. This rule might be aimed at Khan. I suspected Khan for a long time. Linley was rather suspicious as well. According to what Khan said, each time he fused a different path, his power would increase tenfold. Then according to what he said, before he became a deity, he was already 1,000 times more powerful than us ordinary saints. But how is that possible? Isn't the difference between a saint and a deity 1,000 times greater? If that's the case, doesn't that mean he might be able to surpass the deity level at the saint level? Linley could vaguely sense that Zhou Tong might be about to become a deity. Remember, be careful. Don't be too greedy. If you die inside, I won't be able to save you from the outside. As Beirut spoke, 2 rays of black light shot out from each of his hands. Instantly, 2 tunnels appeared in the wall. Beirut said, human saints enter from the left tunnel, while magical beasts enter from the right. If you survive the first 4 floors, you will meet on the 5th floor. Go in. Remember, if you are afraid, stay on the 1st floor. That is the safest floor. Stay there for 10 years. And on every floor, a tunnel to the outside world will appear. At that time, you will be able to leave. Beirut said. With Beirut's final words, all of the saints immediately headed into the necropolis of the gods. Chapter 9:36. Following the tunnel, he advanced. Moments later, the area before him suddenly opened up. This was a desert world. Wild winds howled, and sand filled the air. The wild winds swirled up the yellow sand, causing the heavens and the earth to turn blurry, and the terrifying heat waves distorted the air. There's nothing on the first few floors, and I'm in a hurry. I can't enjoy the scenery. As soon as Zhou Tong entered this place, his terrifying spiritual energy, close to that of a god, instantly exploded outwards, instantly finding the tunnel to the 2nd floor. Swish! After finding the tunnel, Zhou Tong's body flashed, and he shot directly towards the tunnel. Along the way, there were some saint-level skeletons who wanted to stop him, but Zhou Tong's speed was so terrifying that he didn't care about them at all. directly charging towards the second floor. Soon, he climbed up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor of the necropolis of the gods was a world of forests. This place was filled with tall trees and thorns, because the saint levels who came here couldn't casually spread out their divine sense. This sort of place was very dangerous. If they weren't careful, they would be ambushed by monsters. But to Zhou Tong, this sort of danger didn't exist at all. His spiritual energy spread outwards without restraint. Soon, he found the tunnel to the third floor. Climbing up the stairs, Zhou Tong quickly entered the third floor. This floor was a world of ice, but Zhou Tong didn't dare to continue spreading out his spiritual energy because he saw a giant serpent coiled around an iceberg in the distance. At this moment, the boss serpent was sleeping soundly. The entire third floor was silent, with the only sound being the boss serpent's snoring. Zhou Tong's spiritual energy was at an extremely high level. He was even confident that he could prevent demigods from sensing his spiritual energy. But facing the boss serpent, a god, he didn't have such confidence. According to the original story, the entrance to the fourth floor is near the boss serpent's head. Zhou Tong carefully approached the boss serpent's head. When the boss serpent was sleeping, it would breathe out a pitch-black stream of air from its mouth and nose. The black stream of air was like a hurricane that spilled outwards. One could see that when the black stream of air touched the iceberg, the hard iceberg would instantly shatter. Found it! Zhou Tong soon saw a pitch-black tunnel behind the boss serpent's head. He moved forward cautiously and quickly rushed into the passageway on this floor. With the guide in hand, I really am fast. Most likely, even experienced people like Desri and Fane will be left behind by me. Zhou Tong laughed softly to himself. After passing through the passage, Zhou Tong arrived at the fourth floor. This floor was covered in snow. After passing through the level where the boss serpent was, Zhou Tong no longer felt any fear. His tremendous mental energy immediately swept out, and he instantly sensed the passage from the fourth level to the fifth. Without any hesitation, he directly passed through this place and entered the fifth floor. The heat waves on this level soared into the sky. The center of the entire fifth level was the volcano, while the rest of the area was bare rock. I'm still the first one. Zhou Tong swept out with his mental energy and quickly found the passageway to the sixth floor, as well as the several monsters guarding the passageway. They were stone-like monsters that were roughly the same height as ordinary people, but their bodies were made of stone. These were the magma demons guarding this floor. I can't attack after becoming a deity. Then I'll first break through the first 11 levels before becoming a deity. Zhou Tong's body flashed. After fusing the profound mysteries of explosion with the edicts of destruction, his explosive speed instantly reached an extremely high level. Before these magma demons had a chance to react, he had already broken through their blockade and entered the sixth floor. The world on this level was crimson red. It was a world of magma and rocks. Magma flowed everywhere, and it was very hot. A human, just as Zhou Tong appeared, suddenly, not too far away, a magma demon leapt out from within the lava, opening its mouth and howling. The guardian of this floor was the king of the magma demons, the flame tyrant. It looked like an enlarged version of a magma demon. It had long ago sent its subordinates to stand guard at the entrance to the passageway. Following this howl, one magma demon after another emerged from within the lava. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 magma demons appeared, all of them staring at Zhou Tong. Oh, so a human has finally come. A low, rumbling voice echoed throughout this floor like thunder. At the same time, the sixth floor trembled. The lava roiled, and a mountainous figure emerged from within the lava. As it did so, the lava on the entire sixth floor seemed to drop slightly. Flame Tyrant. Zhou Tong laughed softly, while at the same time his body flashed and his terrifying speed instantly exploded forth. He leapt into the air, directly leaping over those 1,000 magma demons. This sort of terrifying speed caused even the Flame Tyrant to be greatly startled. But at this moment, the Flame Tyrant didn't have any time to react, because Zhou Tong's forbidden level spell had already descended. Countless amounts of frost instantly descended, and the world of lava seemed to have been instantly sealed in ice. Even the body of the flame tyrant was covered by a layer of frost, and all of its movements came to a sudden halt. Water type, forbidden level spell, absolute 0. In the instant that the forbidden level spell descended, Zhou transformed into a golden ray of light and appeared next to the mountainous body of the flame tyrant. He leapt up, landing a gentle punch on the chest of the flame tyrant. Fused 126 fused waves. The shock waves contained within this punch went straight from Zhou fist through the core of the flame tyrant's body, and then out from the back. A distance of over 100 meters was instantly pierced through. Crackle. A human-sized hole appeared on the body of the flame tyrant, and countless amounts of rock powder flowed out from it like sand. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, the enormous body of the flame tyrant actually transformed into countless pieces of rock and fell down. The dark red great axe in its hands instantly fell to the ground as well. Dead. The leader of the 6th floor, the flame tyrant, had been killed by Zhou with a single, simple punch. Indeed, the core of this sort of thing is generally located in the heart. Zhou knew that his punch had shattered the core of the flame tyrant's body as well. This thing could just barely be used as my weapon. Zhou casually made a grabbing motion, grabbing the dark red great axe that the flame tyrant had dropped into his hand. He immediately bound it with his blood. This was a double-edged great axe. The body of the great axe was thick and heavy, and the blade was ridiculously large. Divine artifacts were able to change size. In the hands of the flame tyrant, the blade of this great axe alone was over 100 meters long. But in Zhou hands, the great axe was merely a meter long. Carrying the great axe on his back, he walked to the corridor to the 6th floor. There had been countless magma demons guarding this place, but upon seeing Zhou walk over, they had all scattered. Indeed, there are 2 more divine artifacts. Zhou saw that there were 2 more divine artifacts on stairs. One was a scimitar, while the other was a divine artifact staff. How troublesome. I don't have an interspatial ring. Zhou was rather speechless. He had no choice but to place the scimitar at his waist and continue onwards, staff in hand. After passing through the 6th floor, Zhou could be said to be covered in divine equipment. He had a great axe on his back, a scimitar at his waist, and a staff in his hand. His entire body was covered in divine artifacts. Continue onwards. I want to pass through the necropolis of the gods in a single day. Zhou was filled with fighting spirit, and he immediately stepped onto the stairs to the 7th floor. After Zhou left, Beirut, lying in the metallic castle, was completely speechless. This kid, he's actually stuck at the deity level and won't break through? I should have let him start from the 12th floor. Beirut secretly cursed. If he continues to play like this, wouldn't this opening of a necropolis be like a vacation? Forget it. After he passes through, I'll just teleport in new creatures. Fortunately, when a necropolis was first established, all the major races had everything they needed, and there was no lack of backup guardians. Beirut's body flashed, and he once more appeared in the necropolis of the gods. He waved his hand, and instantly, a flame tyrant appeared on the 6th floor. At the same time, he casually tossed in a few more divine artifacts. Just wait. Judging from his attitude, he definitely wants to pass through in a single day. Beirut looked at Zhou, who was in the midst of his trials, a hint of a smile on his face. The laws of the earth, the elemental laws of water, the elemental laws of fire, and the edicts of destruction. An unprecedented 4-element soul mutation. If it was you, perhaps, I'll give you a chance. Whether or not you can seize it will be up to you. With but a thought, Beirut immediately replaced the rewards on the later floors. Chapter 9:37. The 7th floor of the necropolis of the gods. This was a desert world. Every so often, there would be an oasis. But of course, these oases were all special plant creatures. Their existence was for the sake of capturing humans who accidentally entered them. Zhou naturally wouldn't fall for it. After arriving on this floor, his powerful spiritual energy swept out, and he instantly saw the leader of these plant creatures, the Queen Mother. Without exchanging too many words, he flew to the side of the Queen Mother. Then Zhou Tong pulled out his great axe and chopped down with it. Fused Pulse Guard, enhanced by the divine artifact Great Axe, chopped down vertically. With just a single blow, the Queen Mother was split in two, and the shockwaves even shattered the Queen Mother's body. The Pearl of Life, so it really is that thing. After killing the Queen Mother, Zhou Tong naturally acquired the Pearl of Life within the Queen Mother's body. This item, to saints, was extremely precious. This was because this Pearl of Life could provide an inexhaustible amount of life force. Even if one's body was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces, one would be able to recover in an extremely short period of time. As long as one's soul wasn't destroyed by a soul attack, as long as one's body wasn't transformed into nothingness, then one was essentially immortal. I'm about to become a deity. This thing is useless. Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. He immediately took the item and was about to leave, but he quickly came to a halt, a look of surprise on his face. Hey, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything here. Why is there an extra ring? Zhou Tong was somewhat stupefied. He hadn't imagined that he would see something here that didn't exist in the original story. Zhou Tong picked up the ring, then casually bound it with his blood. This was the interspatial ring that Zhou Tong currently lacked the most. With this thing, he would be able to store his divine artifacts. Aside from the Pearl of Life on this floor, there's also an interspatial ring. It seems Beirut must have noticed me and changed the rewards. Zhou Tong understood. Next up is the 8th floor. Zhou Tong continued to advance, quickly entering the 8th floor. The guardian of the 8th floor was the Beholder King. This was a race that was most skilled in soul attacks and soul control. But their soul attacks in front of Zhou Tong, who is a quadruple soul mutant, were nothing more than a joke. Zhou Tong was immune to its soul attack just by standing there. In the end, the Beholder King was hacked to death by Zhou Tong's axe. A Pearl of Life dropped from its body, and a small bottle was added to the prizes on this floor. This thing, Zhou Tong picked up the small bottle. There was a golden bead inside, faintly exuding a strange spiritual power. It can't be the golden soul pearl, right? Zhou Tong thought to himself as he circulated his psychic power. Soon, strands of golden mist were emitted from the golden bead and merged with Zhou Tong's soul. In that instant, his heavenly horned ant soul seemed to have eaten a great mending pill, quickly being replenished, his entire soul becoming a bit larger. With the nature of my soul, one golden bead is not enough. It simply cannot reach the limit. I need at least tens of thousands of them. Zhou Tong shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. Let's continue. There must be more up there. Zhou Tong continued to advance, and soon entered the 9th floor. This floor was an oceanic world, and the one in charge of this place was a thorium devil. Thorium was an extremely precious material used to refine weapons, as well as the best material to combine different materials. Meanwhile, the thorium devil was completely made of thorium, and its body was ever-changing. This type of thorium devil had extremely strong resistance against earth, water, fire, wind, darkness, and light. The only things it feared were thunder and the 4 great laws. Even though Zhou Tong's comprehension of the laws of destruction was the lowest among all of his elements, his laws of destruction had already merged with the laws of fire. Once he used the merged profound mysteries, the power would be over 100 times stronger than a single law of destruction. This was especially the case when Zhou Tong fused the high-level profound mysteries of the laws of fire, the profound mysteries of explosion. This allowed Zhou Tong's destructive attacks to possess even more terrifying explosive power. When facing the thorium devil, Zhou Tong used the merged profound mysteries, killing it with a single strike. On this floor, aside from the Pearl of Life that the thorium devil carried, there was also a small bottle, which also contained a golden soul pearl. After killing the thorium devil and refining the golden soul pearl, Zhou Tong continued to advance, quickly arriving at the 10th floor. This floor was meant for people to rest and recuperate. Aside from a single Abyssal Blade Demon, there was nothing else. The Abyssal Blade Demon was a special metallic creature of the Abyssal Plane. It looked very similar to a human, but its entire body was covered with blades. Its legs were blades, its arms were blades, and it had a single blade-like horn on its forehead. The most eye-catching thing was that it had a blade on its back. After killing this Abyssal Blade Demon, Zhou Tong didn't stop at all, directly entering the 11th floor. This floor was a metallic world, so quiet. It seems they've hidden themselves, waiting for their prey to enter before making their move. Zhou Tong snickered. His enormous spiritual energy spread out, and he had already found those Abyssal Blade Demons lying in ambush. It's hard to say who the prey is. Zhou Tong took a step forward, his entire body exploding with speed. In an instant, he arrived in front of a metallic mountain. Taking out his bloodthirsty great axe, he casually chopped down rumble. A terrifying axe shadow appeared. Its divine might was boundless, as if it could destroy the world. Countless spatial cracks appeared around the axe shadow. The entire metallic mountain was cleaved apart by Zhou Tong's axe, and several hundred of the Abyssal Blade Demons hidden within died in an instant. "We've been discovered? Kill!" A voice rang out from afar. A red Abyssal Blade Demon roared. Immediately afterwards, countless sharp whistling sounds rang out. Several 100,000 Abyssal Blade Demons instantly dropped their disguises and charged towards Zhou Tong like a swarm of locusts. At almost the same time, they waved their blade-like arms, unleashing terrifying blade auras. However, Zhou Tong's figure was no longer by their side. Even Zhou Tong couldn't withstand the attacks of several 100,000 Abyssal Blade Demons. He could only explode with speed and instantly move the battlefield. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, another powerful axe shadow appeared, sweeping through several hundred Abyssal Blade Demons in a single breath. Zhou Tong's speed was incomparably fast. Not a single Abyssal Blade Demon could keep up with his explosive speed. His attacks, on the other hand, were so powerful that each strike could kill over 100 Abyssal Blade Demons. In an instant, close to 100,000 Abyssal Blade Demons had been killed by Zhou Tong. This was also the first time Zhou Tong had killed since coming to this world. Kill. The more he killed, the more a strange feeling appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. It was as if this kind of slaughter and battle were an art. The aura of destruction grew thicker and thicker. His comprehension of the laws of destruction had actually improved during this process. The laws of destruction weren't something that could be achieved through simple training. It had to experience large amounts of battle and slaughter in order to grow. As Zhou Tong slaughtered these Abyssal Blade Demons, he had inadvertently learned the cultivation method of the laws of destruction. His comprehension of the laws of destruction had also improved greatly during this process. Chapter 9:38. However, this sort of improvement came to an end. This was because after Zhou Tong had killed a fifth of the Abyssal Blade Demons, the remaining Abyssal Blade Demons had all knelt down. The improvement in the Edicts of Destruction was primarily through battle, not through pure slaughter. Killing those who knelt down and surrendered was no different from cleaving through mountains and rivers. There were no benefits to training in the Edicts of Destruction. At this moment, within the metallic world, a large number of Abyssal Blade Demon corpses lay on the ground. The remaining Abyssal Blade Demons were all kneeling on the ground, so terrified that they didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. Zhou Tong had already scared the guts out of these Abyssal Blade Demons. So this is the Edicts of Destruction. Zhou Tong didn't even look at the kneeling Abyssal Blade Demons. He was still immersed in his insights into the Edicts of Destruction. In this short period of battle and slaughter, Zhou Tong's understanding of the Edicts of Destruction had improved significantly. In fact, in this short period of time, it had already surpassed 10 years of his understanding. In this short period of time, the power of his Edicts of Destruction had increased dramatically. If one were to use the power of the throbbing pulse of the world as an analogy, then Zhou Tong's edicts of destruction were now equivalent to 256 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. Edicts of destruction equivalent to 256 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world. If I continue to fuse them with the profound mysteries of explosion, perhaps it won't be long before my edicts of destruction and elemental laws of fire will become deities as well. Zhou Tong said to himself, in truth, there was another way for soul mutates to become deities, which was to fuse different types of laws. Once they reach a certain level, they could become deities as well. Just like in the original work, Beirut was able to tell when Linley and Olivier had become deities, but he wasn't able to tell when Desri and Fane had become deities. This was because Linley and Olivier had walked the path of fusing profound mysteries. Linley had fused the elemental laws of the wind, while Olivier had fused the elemental laws of light and darkness. Thus, when Linley fused with the deity boundary, he immediately fused with the wind element. When Olivier fused with the deity boundary, he simultaneously fused with the elemental laws of light and darkness. Of course, soul mutate experts who had fused to become deities would have the weakest information in their godhoods. This was because they didn't even have a complete set of profound mysteries in their godhoods. In fact, they only had a tenth of a complete set of laws. If someone killed such a powerhouse and then threw their godhead out for others to refine, then the person refining the godhead would sadly discover that the law information recorded in the godhead was probably not as good as what they comprehended on their own. If I continue to fuse the law of destruction and the fire elemental laws like this, I'll be able to become a god within 20 years. If I obtain enough golden soul pearls along the way and increase the strength of my soul, then the time will be even faster. Zhou Tong stood there silently for a long time before he opened his eyes again. You know where the reward is, right? Zhou Tong looked at the kneeling abyssal blade demon. I know. Please follow me. The kneeling red abyssal blade demon immediately nodded and led the way. His attitude was extremely courteous, as he was deeply afraid that Zhou Tong would kill him at the slightest disagreement. The abyssal blade demon led Zhou Tong forward. Soon, it stopped and pointed at a nearby mountain. My lord, the reward is over there. Collect all the blades from the bodies of those dead abyssal blade demons and bring them to me. Zhou Tong instructed the red abyssal blade demon, then flew up the mountain by himself. Immediately, a strange aura assaulted his senses. There was a pile of precious treasures on the platform, the most eye-catching of which were 4 godhoods: earth, water, fire, and destruction. These were the godhoods of the 4 elements. Aside from the godhoods, there were also 10 jade bottles on the boulder. As expected, the reward is related to each person's element. Also, when it comes to me, there are no divine weapons. Instead, they're golden soul pearls. For me, this isn't bad. In any case, I don't need divine weapons for the time being. Zhou Tong put away the godhoods. At the same time, he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He sat down in the meditative position and began to refine the golden soul pearls. Even Zhou Tong had to spend a short period of time to completely refine the 10 golden soul pearls. After refining the golden soul pearls, his soul had become much more powerful, and his ability to deduce the laws of heaven and earth had increased significantly. Let's just become a deity right here. Zhou Tong immediately entered a meditative state, continuing to meditate on the laws of the earth. Although the abyssal blade demons were surrounding him, Zhou Tong no longer feared them. Even though he was in a meditative state, he was still able to keep an eye on his surroundings. Whenever an abyssal blade demon came into contact with him, he would be able to react in an instant. By now, Zhou Tong was on the verge of becoming a deity. His body's defenses were so strong that even the most powerful abyssal blade demon here would only be able to cause him some pain. At most, he would be left with a bloody scar. As long as it wasn't tens of thousands of abyssal blade demons attacking at the same time, Zhou Tong was completely unkillable. Moreover, He had the pearl of life in his hands, so he could instantly recover from these simple injuries. The abyssal blade demons below were still carrying out Zhou Tong's orders, collecting the blades of their fallen comrades in preparation for Zhou Tong's needs. Having been beaten until they lost all their courage, these abyssal blade demons didn't dare to disobey Zhou Tong's orders at all. He focused on comprehending the boundless elemental laws. Within his soul, the three little heavenly horned ants, which represented the throbbing pulse of the earth, the profound mysteries of life, and the profound mysteries of strength, were rapidly deducing, transforming in a myriad of ways. Within the necropolis of the gods, Zhou Tong had already refined over 10 golden soul pearls. His soul had clearly become much more powerful, and his deduction speed had become much faster. In an instant, his deduction speed had reached tens of billions of times. The more he deduced, the more these three profound mysteries fused together, and he gradually gained some insights. The more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong understood that all of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth were actually one entity. If he could fuse all of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, then that would undoubtedly be the easiest way to reach the peak of the laws of the earth. In just half a month's time, he had fused 127 layers of the throbbing pulse. Success! And then, after another month's time, when he had fused 128 layers of the throbbing pulse, it's here. Zhou Tong's soul was blessed. He himself could clearly sense that he had touched upon the boundary between man and God. He opened his eyes, rumble. In that instant, a tremendous, soul-shaking power descended, completely covering Zhou Tong, causing the space around him to distort. This power was, in essence, the protection of the natural laws. It could prevent someone from being disturbed while they were breaking through. And under this power, Zhou Tong's body uncontrollably began to float upwards. At the same time, on the third floor of the necropolis of the gods, the snoring boss serpent suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a look of surprise. The natural laws have descended. Someone is actually breaking through to the deity level here. Oh, so it was this kid, the first one to charge up. I didn't expect that he would actually make the breakthrough by himself, and that he would dare to train while surrounded by a million abyssal blade demons. What guts! He's finally become a deity. Beirut opened his eyes as well, looking towards Zhou Tong. Chapter 9:39. What a powerful and terrifying law. When Zhou Tong sensed the boundless, ancient and peculiar power, he couldn't help but feel as weak as an ant in his heart. This was the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Zhou Tong even suspected that even a core god wouldn't be able to shake this power, nor would it be able to affect someone who had become a god. The terrifying laws of heaven and earth descended, causing all the abyssal blade demons on this floor to tremble. He became a god. The millions of abyssal blade demons were shocked, and their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. And at this time, a special power entered Zhou Tong's mind, enveloping his heavenly horned ant soul. In this instant, all the mysteries of Zhou Tong's soul were seen through. Naturally, the laws of earth he comprehended were also seen through by this power. My soul has been seen through, but a part of my memories is still hidden. Zhou Tong was moved. He suddenly sensed an imprint on his body. That was the imprint left behind by the mirror of samsara when he came to this world. This imprint hid all the memories he knew before coming to this world. Chi-Chi. At this time, in the air above Zhou Tong's head, power containing the aura of laws began to rapidly condense. At the same time, the earth elements in the world also frantically gathered there. Finally, all the power condensed into a single point. When the surging elements in the world dissipated, a black crystal emitting earthen yellow radiance quietly floated above Zhou Tong's head. This was precisely an earth element lesser god's divine spark formed by the laws of heaven and earth according to his soul aura. And in the instant this divine spark took shape, it naturally formed a connection with Zhou Tong's soul. and the laws of heaven and earth transmitted a message to him, telling him whether to absorb the divine spark into his body or leave it outside his body. Of course, I'll leave it outside my body. Zhou Tong directly made his choice. If he left it inside his body, wouldn't he be unable to cultivate other laws? After becoming a god in this world, there were two choices. The first was to leave the divine spark inside his body, and the second was to leave it outside his body. Once the Godhead was absorbed into the body, it would naturally fuse with the divine soul. At that time, other than the Godhead, no other laws would be able to cultivate. If the Godhead was left outside the body, the laws of heaven and earth would split the soul into two. One of them would fuse with the Godhead, and then the laws of heaven and earth would naturally control the divine power to form a divine body outside the body. The divine earth spark hovered next to Zhou Tong. Instantly, the natural laws took control of Zhou Tong's soul, splitting it into two parts. The golden ant looked like it had been split into two halves by a knife. Zhou Tong let out a muffled groan. Even he couldn't bear the pain of having his soul torn apart. During this process, he almost stopped thinking. Finally, the process of cutting the soul was completed. Following that, the laws of heaven and earth began to perfect the two halves of the soul. The two halves of the ant began to grow the other half. Right now, Zhou Tong's soul looked just like two small heavenly horned ants. One of them remained in Zhou Tong's mind, while the other heavenly horned ant directly left his body under the control of the natural laws of heaven and earth, merging into his divine spark. So this is the elemental sea. After merging with the Godhead, Zhou Tong sensed a strange place. That was the center of countless planes, and it was also a place that only gods could sense, the elemental sea. That was a boundless, misty space. There was no light in the world, only the yellow light emitted by the earth element itself illuminating this plane. Endless earth elements surged like a tide. The surface of the elemental sea was condensed into liquid. Zhou Tong could clearly sense a certain depth below the surface of the sea through the Godhead. That was the divine power ocean. I can only sense the divine power ocean to a depth of 10 meters. Zhou Tong gradually understood. It seems like the depth of the divine power ocean is determined by the Godhead. No matter how high the quality of my soul is, it can only affect the speed of absorbing divine power at most. I can't absorb divine power beyond my level, so it's impossible for a lower-level deity to absorb the divine power of an intermediate deity. Boom! At this time, the laws of heaven and earth began to absorb large amounts of divine power, starting to condense a divine body. Soon, where Zhou Tong's soul merged with the Godhead, was a body that was exactly the same as Zhou Tong's original body appeared. At this time, the entire process of becoming a god was complete. I've finally become a god. However, it's still a divine clone condensed from divine power, so its body strength can't compare to my main bodies. Zhou Tong controlled the divine clone to merge into his body, still using his main body's appearance outside. However, this soul space can be considered strange. Zhou Tong sat down and looked inside himself. In the depths of his mind, above the soul sea, there was a small heavenly horned ant soul at the very top. Meanwhile, below the heavenly horned ant soul, above the soul sea, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was precisely Zhou Tong's divine earth clone. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately began to control the divine clone to absorb divine power from the divine power ocean. Boom! With a thought, a terrifying wave of earth attribute divine power immediately poured into his body. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded Zhou Tong's own expectations. With this kind of divine power absorption speed, if he encountered an expert he couldn't defeat, he could completely exhaust the other party to death. It's rumored that divine artifacts are nurtured by gods using divine power. Just in time to give it a try. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, looking at the war blades that were piled up into a small mountain not far away. Before cultivating, Zhou Tong had instructed the Abyss Blade Demon to collect all of the war blades on the backs of those fallen blade demons. There were nearly 200,000 of them, and they formed a small hill when piled up together. Shwa. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Tong collected all of the small mountain of blades into a spatial ring, leaving only one in his hand. Chi-Chi. With a thought, a wave of earth attribute divine power flowed from his palm into this warblade. Immediately, this blade began to change, its material becoming tougher and tougher, its power also becoming greater and greater. Just the aura of the blade itself was enough to carve out one scar after another on the platform that Zhou Tong was seated on. It must be understood that this platform was made from an enormous piece of blood garnet. Like adamantine, this was a top-grade material for forging artifacts, capable of being used to forge divine artifacts. However, Zhou Tong had only nurtured it for a short period of time before giving up. This was because the rate at which this blade was improving was simply too slow. It would take at least 10,000 years for it to reach its limit. And even if it reached its limit, it would only be a demigod artifact. Given the quality of this warblade, it wasn't worth it. If I were to fuse divine power with it, its power would be at least 10,000 times greater. I'd probably only need a year of nurturing it. But right now, there's no need for me to nurture a divine artifact. This sort of divine artifact isn't even as good as my own body. Zhou Tong gave up on nurturing a divine artifact. If he wanted to nurture a divine artifact, the material had to be at least the quintessence of a divine spark. Chapter 940. However, according to my speculations, after becoming a deity, it should be when I completely transform into a heavenly horned ant. Why is there no reaction? Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of an extremely important question. According to his own deductions, when he became a deity, that was when he truly transformed into a heavenly horned ant. However, right now, there was no reaction at all. His body was still stuck at the final step. When he examined himself, the golden radiance within his body was already rich to the extreme. However, he was still a hair away from becoming a true heavenly horned ant. Do I need the stimulation of divine force? Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a bit. He poured earth divine force into his body, but there was no reaction. Could it be that I need the stimulation of merging divine force? Zhou Tong was also a bit hesitant. At the same time, he once again operated divine force according to the trajectory of his unique innate skill. Previously, when this unique innate skill's trajectory had just appeared, he had already tested it out. However, at that time, his body was too weak, unable to endure it. Meanwhile, now that his body was getting closer and closer to the heavenly horned ant, even though his body was still in a bit of pain, now that he operated this type of energy, he already wouldn't be seriously injured like before. It's still useless. I can't feel any use. Could it be that it is like Reichjum's amethyst space, needing to merge certain profound mysteries before it can be used? Zhou Tong continued to study this type of energy's trajectory. Unique innate skills were different from innate divine abilities. They weren't things that one could suddenly use, but rather needed to be researched for a period of time. The amethyst divine beast wasn't born with the ability to merge the earth throbbing pulse and gravitational space. He continued to sit here and research for half a year, but he still couldn't find any clues. Forget it, I should let the water elemental laws, fire elemental laws, and destruction elemental laws become deities first. Zhou Tong temporarily gave up on researching these things. Instead, he prepared to let his remaining 3 types of profound mysteries become deities. It was because only when all 4 types reached the lower deity level could his soul mutation's greatest effects and power be displayed. That is merging divine force. Every time he merged a type of divine force, the power would increase tenfold. When a low-level deity fused 2 types of divine power, they could reach the standard of a mid-level deity's divine power. When 3 types of divine power fused, they could reach the level of a high-level deity's divine power. When 4 types of divine power fused, they could surpass a high-level deity's divine power. If Zhou Tong's 4 elements all reached the demigod level, then just by relying on his divine power and soul, his combat power would be at the 5-star fiend level. If by then, he could transform into a true heavenly horned ant, then given the terrifying toughness of his body, reaching the 6-star fiend level wouldn't be a problem at all. Generally speaking, in the infernal realm, gods were at the level of 1 to 2-star fiends. High gods who fused with divine sparks could reach the level of 3-star fiends, while high gods who became deities on their own were generally at the level of 4-star fiends. 5-star fiends fused 2 profound mysteries, 6-star fiends fused 3 profound mysteries, and 7-star fiends fused 4 profound mysteries. Continue cultivating. Zhou Tong did not think too much and continued cultivating. His divine earth clone naturally continued to analyze the laws of the earth, while his true body focused on analyzing the laws of water. After reaching the deity level, the upper limits of his soul had been shattered by the natural laws. By now, the quality of his soul was already infinitely close to that of a high god. Naturally, the speed of his deductions had increased dramatically. The elemental laws of water originally needed at least 7 or 8 years to reach the deity level, but now, with Zhou Tong's terrifyingly powerful soul, the speed of his deductions had reached an unfathomably high level. After Zhou Tong focused on comprehending for half a year, rumble, the natural laws descended, and a demigod divine spark of water emerged from the void. Accompanied by a wave of intense pain, Zhou Tong's soul once more split in two, and yet another divine clone was born. After becoming a deity of water, I can finally experiment with fusing divine power. Zhou Tong willed it, and instantly, 2 streams of divine power began to roar around him like divine dragons. When they collided, the 2 streams of divine power didn't resist at all. They perfectly fused together, and even the color of the divine power changed. Previously, the earthen yellow earth-style divine power and the azure-green water-style divine power had now fused together, becoming a jade-green color. This jade-green divine power began to vibrate within Zhou Tong's body. Hey, there's a reaction. Suddenly, Zhou Tong had a thought. He could sense that the golden light within his body seemed to have become a bit more active, and he could vaguely sense that it was about to evolve. So it really does need to be stimulated by fusing divine power in order to truly take that final step. Zhou Tong understood. If the fusion of water and earth isn't enough, then I'll add fire and destruction. Zhou Tong didn't do any more experiments. Instead, he continued to train. This time, the focus of his training was on fusing the profound mysteries of explosion and the edicts of destruction. This step was far more difficult than the previous ones. First of all, these 2 profound mysteries were the ones Zhou Tong had comprehended the least. Second of all, they were different types of profound mysteries, and so the difficulty of fusing them was countless times greater than that of other profound mysteries. This time, he spent a total of 9 years before finally reaching the deity level. Rumble, the natural laws descended. The scorching aura of fire elemental essence and the destructive divine power of destruction began to condense. The elemental laws of fire and the edicts of destruction simultaneously broke through, and 2 divine sparks descended. From now on, Zhou Tong's most basic elements of earth, fire, water, and destruction had all become deities. All 4 of his divine clones were complete. This time, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Earth in yellow, scarlet red, green, and pitch black. The 4 colors of divine power fused together, and all the other colors were completely dyed black. And then, this black energy fused into Zhou Tong's original body, huh? A wave of intense pain instantly appeared, and Zhou Tong couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Swish! Zhou Tong's clothes were instantly torn apart. At the same time, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, and Zhou Tong's body began to transform. This transformation was something that even he himself was unable to control. The golden halo of light constantly absorbed the pitch-black fused divine power, growing stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. Crunch! Golden light flashed, and a golden horn appeared between Zhou Tong's eyebrows. It was extremely sharp, piercing through the void. At the same time, it was as if a layer of golden carapace had appeared on his entire body. Following the transformation, the pain on Zhou Tong's body gradually weakened. But at this moment, regardless of whether it was his skin, his internal organs, or his four limbs and bones, his entire body seemed to have countless tiny nodes that were constantly trembling and jumping. His body also became somewhat excited during this process. His transformation became more and more terrifying, and in the end, he didn't even look human anymore. His entire body had become a large golden ant with a single horn. It really succeeded. My bloodline's mutation has finally reached its end. Heavenly Horn Ant! Zhou Tong was wildly overjoyed. His body was still absorbing the fused divine power, continuously transforming, but Zhou Tong could sense the extremely terrifying power contained within his body. His entire body was covered in a shining golden carapace, as well as the single horn on his forehead. Every single one of them was extremely tough. The golden halo of light swirled, and waves of powerful aura emanated from Zhou Tong's body. Such a terrifying aura completely intimidated all of the abyssal blade demons on the 11th floor of the necropolis of the gods. Just a hint of the aura that leaked out was enough to make their entire bodies feel powerless and their minds tremble. Chapter 941. What a powerful feeling. Zhou Tong's original body floated up, a hint of shock in his eyes. Now that he had transformed into a true heavenly horned ant, Zhou Tong only had one feeling: power. This was incomparably powerful strength. This was absolute power. This was the power of his physical body. Buzz! But in the next moment, his body flickered, transforming back into his human form. Zhou Tong's original body was at the saint level, but he was different from ordinary saint-level magical beasts. Perhaps it was because his human bloodline had mutated, which was why he could maintain his human form, and didn't need to appear in his original form like other saint-level magical beasts. Power and more power. So this is the heavenly horned ant. Zhou Tong's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Rumble. The void exploded as terrifying divine power swept out like a tidal wave. Even the space of the necropolis of the gods had been torn apart by Zhou Tong's simple action of clenching his fist, causing pitch-black spatial tears to appear. So this is his true body with a mutated bloodline? A golden horned ant? Beirut, who had been paying attention to Zhou Tong this entire time, also noticed the changes in Zhou Tong's body. Your physical body isn't bad. Ordinary high god artifacts can be crushed by your brute strength. He should be a divine beast that has never appeared before. His body isn't bad, about the same as when I, a god-eater rat, was a demigod. But it seems to be developing in the opposite direction. We god-eater rats have sovereign artifact-like bodies, but we are more inclined towards speed. His body isn't weaker than ours, but he is developing in the direction of strength. As a sovereign, Beirut's eyes were sharp and experienced. He instantly saw through the secrets of Zhou Tong's body. The physical strength of god-eater rats ranked at the very top of the countless planes, but in terms of strength, before becoming a sovereign, Beirut was probably only on par with Azura, who trained in the laws of the earth. He didn't have much of an advantage. God-eater rats developed this powerful body in the direction of speed. This body of yours, most likely, after you reach the high god level, that brute Hymos won't be able to compare to you in terms of strength. Beirut smiled. I just don't know what your innate ability is. Is it heaven-defying enough? Necropolis of the Gods, 11th level. My transformation isn't over yet. Although Zhou Tong had regained control of his body, the golden light in his body was still absorbing the fused divine power, and the absorption rate did not slow down at all. Zhou Tong simply ignored these changes and continued to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, half a month later, a wave of intense pain suddenly interrupted Zhou Tong's comprehension. His body unknowingly turned back into the heavenly horned ant form. A terrifying aura spread out. It hurts. Zhou Tong could clearly sense that every part of his body was exploding. Countless amounts of terrifying golden energy rapidly converged from every part of his body, and then began to charge in a single direction. And this direction was the soul realm. Previously, it was the flesh, heavenly horned ant transformation, but now it is finally going to carry out the final step, the soul heavenly horned ant transformation. Boom! Boundless golden energy directly merged into Zhou Tong's soul realm, wrapping around the soul of Zhou Tong's main body and his 4 great divine clones. Bathed in this golden energy, Zhou Tong could clearly sense that the golden halo around his heavenly horned ant soul was continuously strengthening, and strengthening again and again. At this moment, it was as if a golden sun had risen in his mind, its radiance illuminating his soul realm. At the same time, an enormous heavenly horned ant phantom appeared behind Zhou Tong's body. The heavenly horned ant phantom that was over 100 meters tall quietly floated next to Zhou Tong, just like that. It appeared the phantom of a divine beast. It should be the appearance of an innate ability. Beirut was a bit curious. What exactly was his innate ability? Then, to Beirut's surprise, the heavenly horned ant phantom didn't spread out, but instead turned into a streak of light, directly merging into Zhou Tong's body. No, innate ability? Did the bloodline mutation fail? No, it didn't. So this is his innate ability. It really is terrifyingly powerful. Beirut looked at Zhou Tong, who had just used his innate ability, in amazement. Boom! Golden light exploded. Zhou Tong seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were completely red, carrying a devilish bloody light. At the same time, his aura, speed, life force, and even his divine sense were all explosively increasing. And the one thing that was increasing the fastest was his strength, which was practically limitless. This sort of innate ability is another upgrade to your advantage. It turns your original advantage in strength into an unstoppable flood. After using your innate ability, your brute force alone is comparable to a 5-star fiend's battle power. And that's without even considering the fusion of divine power and profound mysteries. Beirut sighed in amazement. You are still just a demigod. Not good. But immediately afterwards, Beirut had a bad feeling. He thought of a possibility. The necropolis of the gods I established wouldn't be broken through by a demigod, would it? The more he thought about it, the more Beirut felt that the current Zhou Tong already had the power to break through the necropolis of the gods, which he had so painstakingly established. Monster. He is an absolute monster. The innate ability of us god-eater rats cannot be used at a higher level, but his innate ability doesn't have this flaw. Given that he also has an unprecedented 4-element soul mutation, he, a demigod, might actually be able to break through the necropolis of the gods. Beirut was silent for a moment, then nodded. Fine, if I let you break through, then break through. Since you can rely on your own power to break through the necropolis of the gods, then you have some ability. According to my rules, with but a thought, Beirut immediately arrived at the 18th floor of the necropolis of the gods. I'll leave the sovereign artifact of the vermilion bird sovereign here. Whether or not you can acquire it will depend on your own ability. Beirut took out a platform from his interspatial ring, then placed a crimson ring atop it. This was a completely crimson ring, which was covered with feather-like scars. The vermilion bird sovereign's strongest point was her soul, and with a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, her soul defense was extremely strong. However, her body was not as strong as a sovereign artifact, so she was killed by material attacks. Her soul-protecting sovereign artifact was completely undamaged. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the necropolis of the gods, this terrifying increase lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it came to a stop. At this time, Zhou Tong was also panting from exhaustion. Not only was his entire body exhausted, his mind was also exhausted. So that's how it is. So this is my innate ability. I really did inherit the heavenly horned ant's most terrifying power, Berserk. Zhou Tong recovered a bit of his mind, then sat down and secretly said to himself, "Moreover, my innate ability is somewhat different from the innate abilities of other divine beasts. Other divine beasts' innate abilities have a limit to the number of times they can be used, but mine has a time limit. At full strength, I can only maintain it for 15 minutes. The advantage is that I can control the time at will, and can even use it intermittently for over 100 times. Although my innate ability is simple, it is more flexible and versatile." Chapter 942. My innate divine ability has already been revealed. Then what about my supreme innate technique? Zhou Tong carefully sensed his body. The energy within his original body had already begun to circulate according to that special method. In addition, compared to the method he had learned in the past, this method was clearly more complicated and profound. The reason why I was unable to circulate it previously was because the circulation route wasn't perfect. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. He had guessed so much, but none of them had been of any use. In the end, Zhou Tong tried to circulate it with different types of divine power and different types of profound mysteries. In the end, Zhou Tong confirmed that this supreme, innate technique corresponded with the laws of the earth. The laws of life and the profound mysteries of strength were most suitable for it. But when doing so, Zhou Tong could clearly sense that something was missing. Most likely, it was missing some sort of profound mystery that had yet to be fused. Right now, what I can confirm is that in order to circulate this technique, I have to fuse the profound mysteries of strength and the profound mysteries of life. But perhaps I also have to fuse some sort of profound mystery. If it isn't the throbbing pulse of the world, it should be the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth, gravitational space, or world walking. Zhou Tong said to himself, "Forget it. I'll take it slow in the future. I'll eventually find the crux of the matter." Zhou Tong said to himself, while at the same time, he looked towards the stairs leading to the 12th floor of the necropolis of the gods. He walked up. Following Zhou Tong's actions, the abyssal blade demons on the 11th floor all let out sighs of relief. Zhou Tong walked up the stairs, one step at a time. When he reached the end, the surrounding environment changed dramatically. Whoosh! A wild wind howled, and yellow sand filled the air. This was a desolate desert world, but occasionally one could see some small oases dotting the landscape. Desert terrain again. Zhou Tong let out a soft laugh, then silently released his divine sense. Given his mutated, powerful soul, in but an instant, he was able to completely scan this entire floor. A god. His aura seems to be quite strong. He should be an expert amongst gods, and a god who trains in the laws of life. Still, forget it. I'll just charge over. Zhou Tong transformed into a ray of light, charging directly towards the god he sensed. "Oh, who is it?" The god instantly sensed that someone was coming, and he called out in surprise. "Although I know it's somewhat impossible, what if it succeeds? Would you be willing to give me the reward for this floor?" Zhou Tong stood in midair, looking down at the god below him. A mere lesser god dares to be so impudent. The mid-god roared angrily. With a flip of his hand, a green saber appeared in his palm, and then he directly chopped down at Zhou Tong. A green saber shadow accompanied the edge of the saber. The Life Edict's blade is rather interesting as well. The power of this saber appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes. In his eyes, the entire space seemed to be disturbed when this saber slashed through the void. However, the power is only SOSO. Zhou Tong raised his hand and directly grabbed the man's blade. There were also strands of black light in his palm, which were the edicts of destruction and destruction divine power. Clang! The blade collided with Zhou Tong's palm, and the green saber shadow directly chopped through the black light in Zhou Tong's palm. After all, Zhou Tong's mastery of the edicts of destruction wasn't very high. However, when this saber shadow came into contact with Zhou Tong's palm, it was directly shattered. What? The mid-god's face changed dramatically. He wanted to pull out his divine artifact, but it was too late. Zhou Tong casually pulled out his divine artifact, and then with a backhand chop, the blade containing the edicts of destruction slashed through the air and landed on the mid-god's head. Bang! The mid-god was unable to resist at all. His head was chopped open, revealing the divine spark within. And then Zhou Tong's saber landed on the divine spark. The divine spark was naturally undamaged, but the soul fused within the divine spark dissipated. Too weak, a mid-god like this. Even if I stood still, he wouldn't be able to kill me. Zhou Tong shook his head, then turned to look at the nearby tunnel. There was a platform there, upon which were the rewards for this floor. Golden soul pearls again. Oh, 100 this time? Zhou Tong's face was filled with joy. After becoming a deity, although the upper limits of his soul had been broken, the regrettable thing was because of his ascension, Zhou Tong's soul had been continuously split apart for a short period of time. His original body's soul was only 1/12 of its peak state. Still, 100 isn't enough. It'll just barely be enough for my original body, Divine Fire clone, and Divine Destruction clone to catch a breather. Zhou Tong immediately began to bind the golden soul pearls. Soon, the souls of his 3 bodies began to grow rapidly. Let's continue up. Perhaps there will be more golden soul pearls. Zhou Tong didn't have any other goals. He only wanted one thing, the golden soul pearls. That was the most important thing. His soul's upper limits were simply too high, but he had been in a hungry state for a long period of time. He truly needed something like the golden soul pearls. One step at a time, Zhou Tong quickly arrived at the 12th floor. The 13th floor was yet another world of ice. In the distance, there were many icebergs that reflected beautiful light. A cold, desolate wind howled through this floor, blowing bits of ice everywhere. Another lone guard. Oh, but it's just a high god? Let's fight first. Zhou Tong accelerated, transforming into a streak of golden light as he flew towards the high god guarding this floor. Someone finally came. But it's actually a demigod? The high god had a rather strange look on his face. He knew that the god guarding the 12th floor was a god. A god had actually been defeated by a demigod? Fine. I want to see what sort of ability you have to kill a god. The high god immediately flew towards Zhou Tong. Bang! However, as soon as this high god met Zhou Tong, before he could even say a word, his head was smashed apart by Zhou Tong's fist. So weak? I didn't even need to use fused divine power to kill him. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. A high god on the 13th floor wasn't even able to take a single punch from him. Forget it. Time to take the treasures. Zhou Tong quickly found the rewards for this floor. There were still 100 golden soul pearls, but this time, there was a set of high god artifact armor. After fusing with the golden soul pearls, Zhou Tong continued on his way to the 14th floor. On this floor, there was still a high god, but he was still killed by Zhou Tong with a single punch. The treasures were still golden soul pearls and divine artifacts, as well as some medicines that could only be purchased in the higher planes and divine planes. On the 15th floor, he finally encountered an expert, a high god who had fused profound mysteries. This was the first time Zhou Tong had been forced to use fused divine power. Once he used fused divine power, the result was obvious. The rewards on this floor were the same, but they were of much higher quality than those on the previous floor. On the 16th floor, the experts on this floor were much more terrifying. Aside from not using his innate divine ability, Zhou Tong had to use virtually all of his trump cards before finally winning. Naturally, the rewards on this floor were even more lavish. There were more than 1,000 golden soul pearls and even more divine artifacts, medicines, and poisons. Chapter 943. I've passed the 16th level. Now, there's only the last level left. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then sat down cross-legged and quietly started to refine the reward for this level, golden soul beads. There were more than 1,000 golden soul beads on this level. Even if he refined one in a minute, it would take him more than half a day. Moreover, Zhou Tong also needed to comprehend the rules of destruction. He finally stayed on the 16th level for half a month before opening his eyes again. More than 1,000 golden soul beads. The souls of my 5 bodies have all reached an unprecedented peak. It's time to enter the 17th level. If I don't enter now, there won't be enough time. The graveyard of the gods will end in 3 days. Zhou took a deep breath and stepped onto the stairs to the 17th level. Graveyard of the gods, 17th level. This was a pitch-black world. There were no stars, no moon, and no sun. There were also many strange plants growing on the surface. It was as if light couldn't exist in this world. The moment Zhou stepped into this place, a shadow in the darkness turned around and looked in Zhou direction. HM, someone has finally come to this level. I've been trapped here for thousands of years. I can finally be released. Perhaps this time, I can return to the dark divine realm. This is the 17th level? It's so dark. Zhou subconsciously lit a flame to illuminate the place, but the light was all swallowed by the many strange plants on the ground. Oh, plants that swallow light? But what's the use of that? It can't swallow consciousness. Zhou was somewhat speechless. He spread out his enormous consciousness. After going through the first 16 levels, he had refined 2,000 golden soul beads. With the strength of his consciousness, even a high-level god with a slightly weaker soul couldn't compare to him. However, after spreading out such a powerful consciousness, he didn't discover the guardian of this level. There's no guardian? Or is this guardian a high-level god who's good at concealment and sneak attacks? Zhou was stunned. He didn't expect that even his own consciousness couldn't discover the guardian. However, it doesn't matter if you don't come out. I'll force you out. Zhou had already found the stairs leading to the 18th floor. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew there. What a powerful divine sense. Is he really a lower god? The shadowy figure stared at Zhou in some surprise. His soul was hidden to such an extent that even I, Ichabod, wasn't able to detect any hint of high god aura. So that means that the divine sense from before was deliberately discovered by me. Looks like he's really a terrifying expert with such a powerful soul. Ichabod was an expert who cultivated in the laws of darkness and had fused for profound mysteries of the laws. Powerhouses of the laws of darkness were most proficient in the aspect of souls. Not good, he's going straight to the 18th floor. If I let him go up, I'll be finished. Damn it, I don't have a chance to sneak up on him, so I can only fight him head-on. Ichabod no longer cared about hiding himself. He directly transformed into a black ray of light, shooting explosively towards Zhou. Ichabod had originally wanted to rely on his extraordinary concealment abilities to sneak up on Zhou, then suddenly attack. But Zhou didn't give him any time to sneak in. If you don't show yourself, then I'll pretend you don't exist and go straight to the next floor. As for Ichabod, as the guardian of this floor, he was instantly forced to come out and fight head-on. He's coming. Zhou made his move, immediately sensing that high god. Previously, he had concealed himself, and so Zhou naturally hadn't been able to sense him. But now that he had come out, there was naturally no way for him to hide from Zhou. Rumble. A pitch-black divine sword instantly pierced toward Zhou head. The space around that pitch-black divine sword completely distorted, as if it was an underwater whirlpool. That terrifying, devouring force made Zhou figure a bit unstable, to the extent where he felt as if his body was flying towards that black divine sword. Meanwhile, in this whirlpool-like distorted space, there were streaks of blue-black, tentacle-like black smoke lingering about. It was definitely extremely dangerous. What a powerful attack. I'm going to use all of my trump cards. Zhou immediately sensed the power of this sword. In that instant, an enormous heavenly horned ant void image appeared behind him. Then, the heavenly horned ant merged into Zhou body. In that instant, Zhou entire body erupted with golden light, his eyes instantly becoming a blood-red color. A wave of crazy aura rushed out. Regardless of whether it was spiritual force, speed, or power, they all instantly erupted. Zhou used the merged divine force and the heavenly horned ant's innate divine abilities, and then he fiercely brandished his fist with the laws of earth. Rumble. The fist and the sword collided, and an enormous sound rang out, causing the entire space to tremble and crack. Spatial ripples instantly spread out in every direction. After this strike, Ichabod's face changed dramatically, and he was knocked flying backwards. His sword-wielding hand was trembling, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was split open. Even the high god artifact he had nurtured for countless years was still trembling. What terrifying power! Is this his innate divine ability? All-around strengthening? Ichabod's face was ugly to behold. And his divine power aura. How can it simultaneously contain the aura of earth divine power, fire divine power, water divine power, and destruction divine power? Can it be that you are a soul mutate expert? An unprecedented mutation of 4 elements? You really are a demigod. Ichabod, stunned, blurted out these words. Oh, you actually sensed it. The divine power of a demigod really is too weak, and its aura is seriously leaking out. Zhou looked at his own fist as well. A bloody scar had appeared on his fist as well. After all, he was still just a demigod. A 7-star fiend level attack was already capable of breaking through his defense. By the time I reach the god level in all 4 elements, my body will be a level stronger than when I fuse with divine power. Perhaps by then, even an Azura will find it hard to break through my defense. Only after all 4 elements reach the high god level will my body truly reach the sovereign artifact level. Zhou said to himself. The heavenly horned ant's body was very powerful, but it had to simultaneously increase the power of each element in order to further strengthen its body. Even if it was just missing a single element, it would still be far from enough. Zhou current body was only slightly stronger than Linley's in the original work, but if he simultaneously trained all 4 elements to the god level, then his body would be slightly stronger than the Azure Dragon's Captain Gislason. If he reached the high god level, then his body would be as strong as Beirut's. Right now, his defense had been broken through by a 7-star fiend level attack purely because his current level was too low. However, my innate divine ability's duration is limited. I don't have time to waste on him. I have to go all out and try to end this battle as soon as possible. Zhou eyes turned cold. Taking a single step, his entire body seemed to instantly charge towards his opponent at high speed. His fused divine power, his terrifying body, the power of the fusion of the profound mysteries of explosion and the edicts of destruction, combined with the strengthening of the heavenly horned ant's innate divine ability, berserk transformation. Zhou instantaneous explosive speed wasn't much weaker than that of an ordinary 7-star fiend's. Damn! The fusion of the profound mysteries of fire and the edicts of destruction actually allowed a mere demigod to explode with such speed. Ichabod's face changed dramatically. This sort of explosive speed was already very close to his peak speed. In other words, even if he wanted to stall for time, he had to go all out. I've been imprisoned here for thousands of years. It's been a long time since I've gone all out. As long as I can stall until your innate divine ability ends, I'll win. Ichabod was about to go all out as well. His entire body was covered with that pitch-black fog, and his entire body was emanating an aura of utter wickedness. Chapter 944. Rumble. Fist and sword once more collided. Ripples appeared in the air, and cracks in the void continued to expand. Right now, although Zhou held the upper hand, his comprehension of the laws was still a bit too low. Right now, he was only relying on his innate ability to battle. He wasn't able to advance any further, much less expand his advantage. If this continues, you'll lose. Ichabod is the guardian I personally selected. His power is considered to be above average among 7-star fiends. By relying on your innate divine ability, you're just barely able to suppress him, but in the end, you're still unable to deliver that decisive blow. Beirut was secretly watching this battle between Zhou and the guardian of the 7th floor. He knew very well that if this continued, once Zhou innate divine ability expired, Ichabod would be the one dominating Zhou. Your innate divine ability has this sort of weakness? Beirut suddenly raised an eyebrow, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. No, this isn't necessarily a weakness. If you use it well, it might even be your strongest point. Rower. The battle grew more and more intense, and Zhou eyes grew increasingly red, as though they were about to bleed. This was the first time he had used his innate divine ability to such a degree. In this sort of state, all of the emotions in his mind had been tossed aside, and all of his thoughts had vanished. There was only a single thought in his mind: to kill his opponent. His attacks grew increasingly wild, and a terrifying, baleful aura filled the air. Unbeknownst to him, the power of the edicts of destruction was beginning to slowly seep into the laws of the earth. Zhou had the deepest understanding of the laws of the earth, and thus, from the very beginning of the battle until now, he had been using the laws of the earth. But now, in his berserk state, his mind had been completely filled with a savage desire to do battle. The edicts of destruction were actually beginning to silently fuse with the laws of the earth. This sort of fusion wasn't just a fusion with one of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. Instead, it was a fusion with the profound mysteries of life, the profound mysteries of strength, and the throbbing pulse of the earth. Time flowed on minute by minute. Finally, Zhou innate divine ability began to decline. Ha! Your innate divine ability's time is finally up. Ichabod was keenly aware of this, and then laughed wildly. It's my turn next. Despite feeling pleased with himself, Ichabod still unleashed his strongest attack. The pitch-black divine sword in his hand seemed to be stirring up the void, and an extremely terrifying, distorted field shrouded the divine sword. Boom! Even the void was stirred up by his sword, causing terrifying ripples to erupt. Countless plants and rocks on the 17th level were reduced to dust by the aftershocks of this attack. However, the power of this sword was quickly withdrawn, leaving only a pitch-black sword light that pierced towards Zhou forehead. Just as the sword was about to hit Zhou, suddenly, boom! The space in front of Zhou shattered in an instant, and a huge black hole appeared. A golden fist emerged from the black hole, instantly smashing the pitch-black sword light, and arrived before Ichabod. What? Ichabod's face changed dramatically. He no longer had the time to dodge. All he could do was send out a punch to meet Zhou fist head-on. However, Zhou, who had already broken through in terms of cultivation, was unstoppable in this punch. The golden fist smashed through everything, causing Ichabod to explode on the spot. A high god spark and an interspatial ring fell down from the skies. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, the red light in Zhou eyes finally vanished. He seemed to have lost all his strength, and he lay down on the ground, panting violently. He had used his innate divine ability to its limits. This battle had been too tiring. His body was tired, his mind was tired. But no matter how tired he was, it had been worth it. Battle is the true source of my improvement. A hint of joy appeared on Zhou face. He hadn't imagined that in this sort of selfless battle, he would cause the three profound mysteries of the laws of destruction and the laws of the earth to begin fusing. This was the fusion of four profound mysteries, and one of them was a mutated profound mystery. My fusion of the laws of destruction and the laws of the earth, once perfected, will most likely be equivalent to the fusion of 5 profound mysteries. The more Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. After resting for half a day, he finally recovered. And then he picked up Ichabod's divine spark and the interspatial ring. This time, the interspatial ring wasn't empty. It truly contained the wealth of a 7-star fiend. It was filled with all sorts of things, such as divine artifacts, divine sparks, metallic life forms, and some pitch-black stones that emanated a strange aura of darkness. This thing should be the currency of the other planes, right? It should be the currency of the divine darkness plane. This sort of darkness aura shouldn't be the ink stones or nether stones of the infernal realm or the netherworld. It is very likely that its name is Darkstone. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then said to himself, "Next, I should go take a look at the rewards of this floor." Zhou Tong immediately went to the staircase leading to the next floor. Next to it was a platform that held the rewards of this floor. Aside from some divine artifacts and divine sparks, there are also golden soul pearls. 2,000 of them. Beirut knows what I need right now. Zhou Tong said quietly to himself, while at the same time, he quickly put away the golden soul pearls. There wasn't much time left until the necropolis of the gods would close, and so he had only refined a few golden soul pearls to maintain his condition. He hadn't completely refined the 2,000 pearls. But right at this moment, his face suddenly froze because he saw something that he had never seen before appear on the platform. It was a small bottle. Zhou Tong opened the bottle, and instantly, a unique aura emanated from within. This is Sovereign's Might. Although he had never seen Sovereign's Might before, this unique aura was enough to cause him to tremble with just a sweep of his divine sense. This was definitely Sovereign's Might. Wind-style Sovereign's Might. This little bottle has to have at least 100 drops. Zhou Tong was rather speechless. Wind-style, it just so happened that he didn't have an affinity for it. However, Zhou Tong expressed his understanding towards this little bottle of Sovereign's Might. After all, Beirut was a wind-style sovereign, and his sovereign clone wasn't able to leave the Yulan continent, so he didn't interact much with the other sovereigns. Thus, the only thing he could casually give out as a reward was wind-style Sovereign's Might. Forget it. Wind-style is wind-style then. Time to go to the 18th floor. Zhou Tong was filled with excitement as he stepped onto the 18th floor. The 18th floor of the necropolis of the gods. This was an empty space, and the floor was covered with enormous bluestone tiles. The ground here was bluestone, and the sky was bluestone as well. There weren't any impurities at all. However, the most eye-catching thing was a small platform in front of him, upon which was placed a crimson ring. A sovereign artifact. It must be a sovereign artifact. A soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Zhou Tong's heart was filled with excitement. Since there was such a thing on this floor, it had to be a sovereign artifact left behind by the 4 divine beasts. In addition, Zhou Tong was almost certain that this thing had to be a sovereign artifact left behind by the Vermilion Bird Sovereign. Because I am a demigod and am not qualified to acquire a sovereign divine spark. The sovereign artifact was left here. Zhou Tong picked up the ring and immediately dripped a drop of blood to bind it to him. Soon, he sensed a special aura enveloping his spirit sea. Moreover, it transformed into a transparent, feather-patterned membrane that perfectly protected his spirit sea. There's no mistaking it. This must be a complete, sovereign artifact, a perfect, flawless soul defense. Zhou Tong grew more and more excited. With this thing, he wouldn't have to worry about soul attacks at all. Although Zhou Tong was a quadruple soul mutate, and his soul was definitely his strongest point, he wasn't able to become a high god in a short period of time, and the profound mysteries of the laws he had comprehended weren't related to the soul. Compared to those top-tier experts who specialized in the soul, such as Rish Jim or Mosi, Zhou Tong was definitely a bit weaker in the soul aspect. With this ring, he would be able to make up for his greatest weakness for a long period of time in the future. My power and my training history. Beirut really has calculated everything perfectly. There's still some time. Time to refine the golden soul pearl. Zhou Tong mentally accepted the sovereign artifact, then sat down in the meditative position, using the last 2 days in the necropolis of the gods to refine the golden soul pearl and continue to strengthen his soul. Chapter 945. Rumble. 2 days later, suddenly, the entire necropolis of the gods began to tremble. Zhou Tong looked around, only to see a pitch-black spatial tunnel appear out of nowhere, directly connecting to the outer regions of the necropolis of the gods. At the same time, Beirut's voice rang out. The 10-year time limit is up. Come out. Zhou Tong flew out of the necropolis of the gods, and as soon as he did, he arrived at the bottom of the sea outside the divine plane. Sweeping the area with his gaze, he instantly saw the other deities nearby, such as the war god, the high priest, Caesar, Dylan, and a devilish green-haired youth. But Beirut wasn't here. Most likely, he had personally gone to receive Linley's group. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would actually break through to become a deity in the necropolis of the gods. The Earth God. Ha! The devilish green-haired youth laughed loudly as he walked towards Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. He knew very well that this person in front of him was the manager of the first 11 floors of the necropolis of the gods, the divine beast boss serpent, Taras. It was normal for him to know that Zhou Tong had become a deity. But what surprised Zhou Tong was that Taras only knew that Zhou Tong was the Earth God. He didn't know that Zhou Tong had broken through to become a deity in the laws of fire, destruction, and water. Zhou Tong had broken through to become a deity in the laws of fire, destruction, and water on the 11th floor, but he didn't know? Can it be that Beirut blocked his ability to sense the 11th floor? Zhou Tong secretly guessed. As an unprecedented quadruple soul mutate, it was only natural that Beirut would take a liking to him. Naturally, he would hide the fact that he was a quadruple soul mutate from others. Thus, it was normal for Beirut to hide it from Taras. Haha, your name is Khan, right? Afterwards, you went to the 12th floor. Was there anything there? Taras excitedly asked Zhou Tong. Hearing these words, the nearby Dylan and Caesar both looked curiously at Zhou Tong. After all, they were about to enter the 12th floor soon. They wanted to know more about it. Taras, you can go up and take a look for yourself. Beirut's voice suddenly rang out. Taras immediately stood there respectfully, no longer to speak. At this moment, Beirut led Linley's group out of the necropolis of the gods. Khan. Linley looked at Khan in surprise. You're still alive? I thought you had been. Linley, can't you see that not only is Khan alive and well, he's even broken through to godhood? Beirut laughed softly. Khan, congratulations. This is the first time since the establishment of the necropolis of the gods that someone has cleared it. What? Clear? Everyone looked at Khan in shock. Khan, you cleared the graveyard of the gods? What's the reward for the 18th floor? For a moment, everyone looked at Khan curiously, and there seemed to be flames burning in their eyes. A sovereign artifact left behind by a sovereign. Since Beirut had already said it out loud, Zhou Tong was too lazy to hide it. He raised his hand and flashed the scarlet ring on his hand. Ring? What kind of divine weapon was this? What's it used for? These people were all short-sighted. They only knew of offensive and defensive divine weapons, but had never heard of a soul-protecting divine weapon. Enough. You can talk about these things later. Beirut waved his hand, interrupting their opponents, and then began to introduce Taras to them. Following Beirut's introduction, many people looked at Taras with both respect and hatred in their eyes. Respect because Taras was a god and the divine beast boss serpent. Hatred because Taras had killed a large number of saints in the necropolis of the gods, many of whom were their friends. Enough. Everyone, let's go back to the Yulan continent. Beirut said calmly. Yes, Lord Beirut. No one dared to say anything, immediately agreeing. Soon, the group flew out of the South Seas, arriving in the air above the Yulan continent. At this time, Taras bade them farewell because his homeland was in the South Seas, not on the continent. A month from now, all of the deities of the continent will enter the necropolis for 10 years. Taras, don't forget. Beirut glanced at Taras, then said calmly. For a moment, everyone was stunned. However, Fane and the others were experienced enough to understand that the deities would always enter the necropolis a month after the saints had left. But Linley was rather surprised. Only now did he understand that the war god and the others hadn't entered the necropolis with them. Instead, they had entered 10 years later. I'll go in one more time and get another sovereign artifact. Hopefully, this time, I'll be able to get an offensive sovereign artifact. What I lack right now is offensive weapons. Zhou Tong felt very pleased, while at the same time, he felt a hint of hope. Khan, this time, you won't be able to enter the necropolis. According to the rules of the sovereigns, those who have passed through the necropolis cannot enter a second time. This is to prevent certain people from entering and trying to gain rewards. Beirut suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was startled, but then he nodded. However, in his heart, he felt rather speechless. Was there a need to speak so clearly? Once we reach the Yulon continent, you can all go your separate ways, Beirut warned, and then he once more looked towards Zhou Tong. Khan, come with me. As he spoke, he flew directly towards the forest of darkness. Zhou Tong was startled for a moment, then immediately followed. Moments later, a pitch-black castle appeared in front of the two. This was Beirut's metallic castle. Let's go in, Beirut said, then entered the castle. Zhou Tong followed closely behind, entering the castle as well. Khan, how is your training going? Beirut suddenly asked. How long do you think it will take you to become a god? I'm referring to when you reach the god level in all four elements. Zhou Tong was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Hard to say. I'm training in the laws of the earth by fusing the profound mysteries of strength, the profound mysteries of vitality, and the throbbing pulse of the world. If all goes well, I'll need at least 10 years to reach the god level. As for the elemental laws of water, I'll fuse them together. If all goes well, I'll probably reach the god level in about the same amount of time as the laws of the earth. As for the laws of fire and destruction, they'll be slow. I've only mastered a single type of the profound mysteries of fire, and I haven't even mastered it yet. The same goes for the laws of destruction. I really don't know when I'll succeed. Fusing while training. Don't be rash. Not bad, Beirut said in praise. In addition, for you to have reached this level at your age is quite monstrous. You are the most talented person I've ever seen in the countless planes of the universe. I hope you can continue to train in this way, fusing and improving bit by bit. If you rashly advance, that would be too much of a waste. Every single profound mystery can be fused together, and only by fusing them bit by bit while training in them is the fastest way to fuse them. If you wait until you've mastered the profound mysteries before fusing them, the difficulty won't be just double or triple. If only I had known this principle earlier. As Beirut spoke to this point, he began to feel rather regretful. After all, as he saw it, if he had known this principle when training and then immediately began to fuse them together, perhaps after becoming a sovereign, he would have been able to borrow the power of faith to advance further and reach the great perfection level. Chapter 946. After a moment of silence, Beirut looked at Zhou Tong. I imagine you should have noticed that your soul is different from that of Linley and the high priest, right? Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He had already realized that Beirut was speaking of a soul mutate. Your luck isn't bad. Earth, water, fire, and destruction have fused together, but your soul is undying. You're the only one in the endless plains. Everyone will envy you for your talent. And most importantly of all, you are now able to fuse the edicts of destruction with the elemental laws of fire and the elemental laws of the earth. This is truly rare. Perhaps in the future, you will be able to fuse the elemental laws of water as well. Beirut smiled as he looked at Zhou Tong. But there is one thing I must warn you about. Lord Beirut, please speak. Zhou Tong immediately said, given your talent, in the future, you will definitely leave the Yulon continent and head to the higher planes. What I must warn you about is that you cannot reveal that you are a four-element soul mutate. Ideally, unless absolutely necessary, do not use your fused divine power. Beirut continued. Zhou Tong suddenly had a thought. He realized that the reason Beirut had left him that vial of sovereign's might was so that in the future, he would be able to conceal his fused divine power. What Beirut meant was that even if he used sovereign's might, he shouldn't use his fused divine power. However, unless I become a high god in all four elements, the power of my fused divine power will still be inferior to that of sovereign's might. Zhou Tong said to himself, Even though fused high god power of 3 elements was only 100 times more powerful than ordinary high god power, Sovereign's might was hundreds of times more powerful, far more powerful than fused high god power of 3 elements. Only fused high god power of 4 elements could surpass Sovereign's might. Some sovereigns are researching all sorts of strange, bizarre powers. If they were to learn that you have an unprecedented 4 element soul mutate, what do you think they would think? Beirut smiled as he looked at Zhou Tong. I understand. Zhou Tong nodded. Zhou Tong didn't want to tell anyone about his 4 element soul mutation to begin with. If it wasn't for the fact that he lived in the Yulan continent and couldn't hide it from Beirut, he wouldn't have even told Beirut. The necropolis of the gods. You've already acquired a sovereign artifact. You can't go in and farm for more sovereign artifacts. However, I can give you another weapon. What kind of weapon do you want? Beirut suddenly asked. However, just as Zhou Tong was about to open his mouth, Beirut immediately patched him up. First of all, it takes me a long time to refine a weapon, so if you want that kind of heavy weapon, then don't ask. Zhou Tong was speechless. However, he was rather surprised. Beirut would rather spend his time and effort forging a God's Park weapon for him than give him a sovereign artifact. Although there was an agreement between the sovereigns that they were only allowed to bestow a single sovereign artifact to their loved ones and envoys, the sovereign artifacts of fallen sovereigns didn't matter. Thus, if it were the sovereign artifacts of the fallen 4 divine beasts in the necropolis of the gods, Beirut wouldn't be breaking the rules of the sovereigns if he gave them all away. Can it be that he wants to train me in all aspects, so he wants to train me in weapons as well? Zhou Tong suddenly had this thought. There are differences in quality between sovereign artifacts as well. Amongst all the sovereigns, Beirut's sovereign artifact was the most powerful because the material of his sovereign artifact was astonishing. It was the quintessence of a divine spark. The sovereign artifacts of the other sovereigns weren't as good. Zhou Tong guessed that perhaps Beirut really did want Zhou Tong to develop a powerful weapon that belonged solely to him. When the time came, if Zhou Tong could improve further, perhaps the weapon would be able to increase his combat power as well. At the same time, seeing the look on Zhou Tong's face, Beirut twirled his beard, secretly thanking his lucky stars. Fortunately, he had patched it up long ago. Otherwise, if he really needed a hammer, an axe, a staff, or something like that, which weighed millions of pounds, even if his sovereign clone was more powerful and could forge it 40 or 50 times faster than his high god clone, he would probably be exhausted for tens of thousands of years. His own weapons were just 2 staffs, one for his true body and the other for his divine clone. These 2 staffs, however, were the result of over 1,000,000 years of forging. If he were to forge something like this for someone else, he really would vomit blood. A sword, then? Zhou Tong was speechless. He casually used his divine power to simulate the appearance of a sword. This sword was roughly 1.55 meters long with a 1.2 meter long blade and roughly 3 fingers wide. Because Beirut didn't forge heavy weapons, this sword was just an ordinary sword, not a heavy sword. This world is forcing me to walk the path of the Tao of the sword. Zhou Tong felt rather speechless. The Tao of the sword was indeed a path of attack that Zhou Tong was extremely proficient in. In the Shrouded Heaven world, the treasure technique of the 10 ferocious 10 that he had comprehended the most was the grass symbol sword art. Afterwards, he had also acquired the chaos calming art and the immortal tribulation sword art. His Tao of the sword was at an extremely high level. Afterwards, in the world of longevity, his weapon of choice was the sacred sword of the dragons. The Tao of the sword could be considered one of the main techniques he had cultivated in the world of longevity. The Tao of the sword is the Tao of the sword. At least my edicts of destruction are extremely suited for the Tao of the sword. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tong made up his mind. The path of attack in this world was still the Tao of the sword. This sword, I've spent at least 10 years on it. Seeing the design of the divine sword Zhou Tong had given him, Beirut was rather speechless. Although this thing wasn't a heavy weapon, it would still take him a very long time to forge it. And this was only because his sovereign clone was extremely powerful and could forge it at an extremely fast speed. If it were his divine darkness clone in the infernal realm, it would probably take him 500 years to complete it. 10 years from now, wait for my notice. Come here and collect the sword. Beirut waved his hand, indicating for Zhou Tong to leave. Many thanks, Lord Beirut. Zhou Tong's face was filled with joy, and he immediately turned and left. 10 years. This was much faster than he had expected. Zhou Tong remembered that in the original story, Lin Li's sword had been forged by Beirut over 100 years, and Lin Li's sword was very similar to his own blood violet. The sword Zhou Tong had just displayed was 5 times the size of Lin Li's sword, but it had only taken him 10 years. After leaving the Forest of Darkness, Zhou Tong once more returned to the Beirut Kingdom. By now, Lin Li had already returned to the Beirut Kingdom. Upon learning that Zhou Tong had returned from Beirut's place, he immediately went to welcome him with the highest level of respect. After all, this was a divine-level expert. No matter what kind of etiquette they used to welcome him, it would not be too much. Zhou Tong didn't really care about such things. He had only come to tell Lin Li and the others that he was resigning. After all, he was already a deity. How could he possibly remain as an imperial magus in the Beirut Kingdom? Forget about the Beirut Kingdom. Even the Yuan Empire or the O'Brien Empire couldn't afford to hire a deity as an imperial magus. With regards to Zhou Tong's resignation, Lin Li naturally didn't have anything to say. He didn't want Zhou Tong to continue working in this position, because there was no position in the continent that was worthy of a deity. The atmosphere at the banquet was very harmonious. By the way, come last time at the graveyard, I didn't finish talking. What is that sovereign artifact of yours used for? Also, what is a sovereign artifact? Bibi suddenly asked. Instantly, Lin Li, Barker, Delia, and the others all turned to look at Zhou Tong. They were all very curious as to what a sovereign artifact was, and what a divine artifact like a ring could be used for. Demigods use demigods. Gods use demigod artifacts. High gods use high god artifacts. High gods use high god artifacts. What do you think a sovereign artifact is? Zhou Tong said with a light laugh. A weapon used by a sovereign. Barker gulped, somewhat stunned. Sovereigns, in their eyes, were lofty existences that they didn't even dare to think about. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. Right. Sovereign artifacts are weapons used by sovereigns. This artifact of mine is a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, which sovereigns use to protect their souls. Thus, after acquiring this sovereign artifact, as long as a sovereign doesn't personally attack me, I am immune to all soul attacks. Immune to all soul attacks. Everyone was shocked. At their level of cultivation, there was no one who did not know the importance of the soul. Everyone would do everything possible to protect their own soul. Lin Li in particular, after experiencing the events of the necropolis of the gods, he knew how important the soul was. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had the protective azure light of the Azure Dragon clan, he probably would have died long ago. But they didn't dare to imagine that there was actually someone who was immune to all soul attacks. The effect of this soul-protecting sovereign artifact was simply heaven-defying. Don't let that look on your face. As a sovereign artifact, isn't it natural for it to have this sort of power? Zhou Tong said leisurely. Right? A soul-protecting artifact used by sovereigns. It's normal for ordinary deities to be unable to break it. Thinking of this, the shock in everyone's hearts lessened considerably. But when they looked at Zhou Tong, their gazes were filled with a hint of jealousy, and when they looked at the crimson ring on his hand, their gazes were filled with a hint of desire as well. Who wouldn't want something like this? Speaking of which, Lin Li, your journey in the necropolis of the gods should have been smooth sailing, right? Zhou Tong suddenly spoke out. He wanted to make sure that nothing special had happened to Lin Li's group. How could it have been smooth sailing? Bibi called out in surprise, then said with some dissatisfaction, We narrowly escaped death, but in the end, the boss was able to acquire the final divine spark. Narrowly escaped death? I remember that on the very first day I entered the necropolis of the necropolis, I defeated all of the monsters guarding it, aside from the abyssal blade demons on the 11th floor. Even those abyssal blade demons were terrified of me. But you narrowly escaped death? Zhou Tong was somewhat astonished. You defeated it on the very first day? Linley was surprised. At first, he had thought that Zhou Tong had become a deity on the very first day, and then, because of the rules that Barut had mentioned, had only begun to challenge the 12th floor. Linley hadn't imagined that Zhou Tong, at the saint level, had defeated the 11th floor all by himself. How is that possible? Bibi was somewhat speechless as well. And then, he gave a general explanation of what had happened. Most of the levels were more or less the same, but there were some differences in the details. In addition, Linley had still fused the fast and slow elements of the elemental laws of the wind, forming the profound truths of velocity before finally succeeding. Chapter 9:47. Oh, looks like the Overgod wasn't satisfied with me going through the levels alone and lowering the difficulty for you. So he restored the levels after that. Zhou Tong sighed. The necropolis of the gods is indeed a place where you can't just lie down the entire way. It should have been a sovereign. Otherwise, there's no way that after you cleared the necropolis, the trials behind us would still be so dangerous. Linley nodded in agreement. All right, let's not talk about this. I'm going to take a stroll around after destroying the Radiant Church. If there's nothing important, don't look for me, Zhou Tong said casually. Then, the cultivation effects of the miniature plane? Delia wanted to ask Zhou Tong to stay. A deity was too powerful. She hoped that Zhou Tong could stay in the kingdom to protect it. After becoming a deity, the miniature plane is no longer of much use. Zhou Tong shook his head. After becoming a deity, due to his divine spark, his ability to sense the various elements had increased by 1,000 times. In the face of such a terrifying boost, the miniature plane's boost was negligible. Delia, becoming a deity, isn't as simple as you think. Zhou Tong looked at Delia meaningfully. Compared to Linley, Delia's perspective was much more mundane. She still looked at deities with mundane eyes, which was why she wanted to use the miniature plane as a bargaining chip to keep a deity as her protector. Don't think so much. You'd better make preparations to uproot the Radiant Church. All right, the Radiant Church. Linley's eyes were filled with boundless fury. Early the next morning, Linley and the others followed Zhou Tong to the Radiant Church's headquarters. He didn't have a large army. He had only mobilized all of his saints. 10 years ago, Zhou Tong had single-handedly destroyed most of the Radiant Church's upper echelons. All these years, they had been holed up on the sacred island, relying on the might of the divine magic array to hide behind. Today, however, things were different. Zhou Tong had arrived on the Radiant Church's holy island. With a casual punch, he had shattered the divine magic array and blasted the holy island apart, inflicting heavy casualties on the Radiant Church. However, Zhou Tong did not participate in the aftermath of the battle. Instead, he allowed Linley and the others to take care of it. With this battle, the Radiant Church had completely vanished from the Yulon Plain. After destroying the Radiant Church, Zhou Tong immediately left the Baruk Kingdom and began to roam the Yulon continent. He hadn't spent much time in the Yulon continent, and most of his time had been spent training. Aside from the mountain range of the setting sun, there were many other places he hadn't visited. Now, it was a good time to take a walk around. The mountain range of magical beasts, the Arctic ice cap, the South Seas, the Great Plains of the Far East, he had left his mark in many places throughout the Yulon continent. Of course, it was Zhou Tong's true body that was roaming around. His 4 divine clones continued to cultivate and comprehend the mysteries of the laws of fusion. Time passed, one day after another. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Zhou Tong sat quietly at the peak of the mountain. The throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of strength, and the life force flowed through his mind like water. His soul was already very powerful. Right now, it was as though he could see one tiny ripple after another within the depths of the earth, pulsing unceasingly. Fuse 2, 24 waves. I'm not too far away from becoming a god. Zhou Tong murmured to himself. The profound mysteries of strength and life force were only mid-level profound mysteries. After all, in terms of power and profundity, they were far inferior to the throbbing pulse of the world. Thus, there was no need for the throbbing pulse of the world to fuse these two profound mysteries to the limit. After training to the 224 waves, Zhou Tong could already see the end point of the profound mysteries of strength and life force. Based on Zhou Tong's calculations, once he reached the 256th waves, the profound mysteries of strength and life force would reach their limits. By then, he would be able to break through to become a god. As for fusing the throbbing pulse of the world, that was a problem for gods to consider. 5 years should be enough, Zhou Tong secretly calculated. Suddenly, Zhou Tong looked towards the north, in the direction of the Baruch kingdom. This ripple, someone has become a deity, and from this direction, it should be Linli. Zhou Tong glanced towards the direction of the Baruch kingdom, then said to himself, the Yulan continent was a material plane, unlike the higher planes and the divine planes, which had tremendous spatial restrictions. Once the natural laws descended upon the Yulan continent, one would be able to sense those weak ripples, even from an unfathomably great distance. However, since it is Linli who has become a deity, I imagine that next, Linli will be the one to go kill the Grand Warlock. Zhou Tong said to himself after pondering for a moment. The Grand Warlock was naturally the deity who had escaped from the Gabedo's planar prison. Every material plane had a corresponding planar prison. The planar prison and the planar prison were like two sides of the same piece of paper. Any saint or deity who had offended the planar overseer would be exiled to the planar prison by the planar overseer, beginning a long life of imprisonment. But of course, some lucky people would be able to find a connection between the planar prison and the planar prison, and thus successfully escape. Clearly, this was how the Grand Warlock had escaped. Under the surveillance of Zhou Tong's divine sense, that very night, Linli headed towards a large gorge and killed a deity who trained in the Edicts of Death, the Grand Warlock. So, it really was the Grand Warlock. But since the Grand Warlock has come out, then Beaumont should have come out as well. Zhou Tong's divine sense quickly spread out, and his terrifying divine sense instantly spread out. Virtually every place in the Yulan continent, aside from the Forest of Darkness, was swept by Zhou Tong. Found you, Beaumont. After finding Beaumont, Zhou Tong soared into the skies, flying directly towards Beaumont's location. With regards to Beaumont, Zhou Tong had to kill him. This was because, according to the original plot, Linli's group would definitely battle Beaumont at the Great Bota Levee. The Great Bota Levee was the largest connection between the planar prison and the planar prison. By then, once they destroyed the Great Bota Levee, the experts within the planar prison would come out. It didn't matter to the others, but if blue fire was released, then things would be troublesome. Zhou Tong himself had the edicts of earth, water, fire, and destruction. Of the four, Beaumont had 3 sovereign sparks that he could use. If one took into account Linli, who couldn't even calculate primordial chaos, then it would truly be hard for him to give blue fire one of the 3 divine sparks. Thus, it was best for blue fire to come out later. Although Beaumont might have noticed blue fire long ago, delaying for a few thousand years or even 10,000 years was still a good thing. Who is it? Zhou Tong's killing intent could be said to be completely undisguised. Beaumont instantly sensed that a deity was charging towards him. Beaumont reacted quickly as well. A deep blue war blade instantly appeared in his hands, and at the same time, an endless amount of gray energy accompanied the war blade in his hands as he chopped out, sweeping out like a tidal wave. Beaumont had originally thought that this unbroken blade would at least be able to stop his opponent for a while. But crunch! A soft sound rang out. The war blade in his hands instantly shattered when it collided with Zhou Tong's fist, and then that fist, radiating golden light, began to rapidly expand in front of his eyes. Bang! Beaumont's head exploded like a watermelon. He instantly died, and his divine spark and interspatial ring both fell to the ground. What a weak deity! Zhou Tong floated down, grabbing both Beaumont's divine spark and interspatial ring. Still, at least I've resolved one of my worries. I can continue to live in peace for a few more years. Zhou Tong continued to train while roaming the continent. Chapter 948. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. During this period of time, 2 more ripples of the natural laws appeared in the continent. Olivier and Desri had both become deities. The elemental laws of water and the elemental laws of the earth have both reached their limits, the limits of demigods. Zhou Tong quietly raised his head to stare at the skies. The elemental laws of the earth had already fused the 255th stage of the throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of strength, and the throbbing pulse of the world. At the same time, he had fused the elemental laws of water to their limits as well. The profound mysteries of circular softness and the profound mysteries of ice had also fused to their limits as well. All he needed was a final epiphany before he could take another step forward. I wonder how long it will take for me to break through this bottleneck. Zhou Tong wasn't in much of a rush. After all, it was normal for one to be stuck at a bottleneck and not know when one would be able to break through. The 10 years he had spoken of was only if everything went smoothly. Since I'm stuck, then I'll focus on the elemental laws of fire and the edicts of destruction. As soon as possible, I'll completely fuse the profound mysteries of explosion and the edicts of destruction. Zhou Tong's original body began to focus on fusing the elemental laws of fire and the edicts of destruction. Khan, come to the forest of darkness. Right at this moment, Beirut's voice rang out in Zhou Tong's mind. As soon as Beirut's voice rang out, Zhou Tong instantly grew excited. Based on the time, the weapon for him should have been completed by now. His body flashed, transforming into a ray of light that flew directly into the depths of the forest of darkness. Within the metallic castle, he saw Zhou Tong. You came pretty quickly. Beirut looked at Zhou Tong, who had hurried over, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Lord Beirut, has the divine sword been completed? Zhou Tong went straight to the point. Haha, I spent a great deal of effort to forge this sword for you. Beirut laughed loudly. In the past 10 years, I haven't rested at all. I've finally completed it. Take this. As he spoke, Beirut waved his hand, and a pitch-black ray of light pierced through the air, shooting explosively towards Zhou Tong. Rumble! Zhou Tong's hand accurately grasped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, the divine sword let out a clear tremor, like the roar of a dragon. In particular, the sharpness of that sword was truly astonishing. With just a slight vibration, it tore through the space of the Yulon continent, forming one terrifying spatial blade after another. This was only the rough embryo of the divine sword. It had not been nurtured by the master's divine power and spiritual power, but could reach this stage. It was really shocking. What a sharp divine sword! Zhou Tong was shocked. The sharpness of this sword light far surpassed the divine sword embryo he had forged in shrouded heaven world from immortal gold. Although the weapons I forge are only light weapons, in terms of sharpness, they are unparalleled in the world. Beirut was very satisfied with Zhou Tong's expression and spoke with some pride. I know that you cultivate the laws of earth, water, fire, and destruction. This sword was specially forged to match your 4 laws. Give it a try. Beirut smiled at Zhou Tong. With but a thought, Zhou Tong immediately bound it with his blood. However, after doing so, he could sense that this divine sword had a somewhat impure aura. Indeed, this sword can't be compared to Lin Li's sword in the original work. Zhou Tong sighed to himself. In the original work, Beirut had forged a God's Park weapon for Lin Li using the quintessence of earth, wind, water, and fire. In particular, toward the end of the forging process, the quintessence of these 4 quintessence fused together perfectly, causing the power of his sword to far surpass that of other God's Park weapons. But right now, Zhou Tong could sense that the aura of his sword was clearly much more impure. Although Beirut had intentionally used a divine spark that was compatible with his own element, The aura of earth, water, fire, and destruction had yet to perfectly fuse into one. It was still a bit off. Earth, wind, water, and fire. These four laws really are the most unique of all in this world. Once these four laws are gathered, all sorts of mysterious things can happen. The quintessence of the four divine sparks can perfectly fuse together, and the four sovereigns' might can fuse together into primordial energy. The innate divine abilities of the four divine beasts can perfectly fuse together as well. Even the ultimate killing technique of the chief sovereign of fate in the original work was of these four laws. But if I replace the wind with the destruction element, it's still far from enough. Zhou Tong felt rather speechless. Earth, wind, water, and fire were like a set of equipment in a game. Gathering all of them would activate the set's attributes, but changing any one of them would cause the set's attributes to vanish. But the four elements can't perfectly fuse together. Then I'll refine them one step further and fuse them together. Zhou Tong held the divine sword in his hand, pouring the fused divine power of earth, water, fire, and destruction into the divine sword. Rumble! Instantly, an extremely terrifying spatial blade appeared out of nowhere on the blade of the divine sword, while at the same time, a faint, pitch-black light began to swirl around the divine sword. Zhou Tong could clearly sense that the divine sword, under the nourishment of his fused divine power, was growing sharper and sharper. Even the mixed auras of earth, water, fire, and destruction within the divine sword were rapidly melting away. The quintessence of the divine sparks began to quickly fuse together under the effects of the fused divine power, gradually fusing together into one. The fused divine power of a demigod is still a bit lacking. Most likely, I'll need the fused divine power of a high god to bring the power of this sword to its peak. Zhou Tong understood. Beirut seemed to have sensed all of this as well, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. And then he twirled his beard, then laughed. Very few of my weapons have been passed down. This is the first time I've given it to a soul mutate. I didn't expect that the fused divine power would be able to fuse together the mixed auras of the materials, causing the divine sword to become even more powerful. For this sword to be given to you, it can be said that I haven't let it down. Beirut smiled slightly. He was very happy that his work had improved. Can't give it a name. Beirut laughed. Zhou Tong's hand sliced across the divine sword's blade. The incomparably sharp edge of the sword even caused a small wound to appear on his palm, causing golden blood to flow onto the blade. With a casual wave of his hand, the Yulon continent's material plane seemed to have become like a sheet of paper, with a pitch-black line appearing. This was a spatial tear. The divine sword pierced through the air, but it was completely silent. Its sharpness had reached its peak. Without thinking too much, Zhou Tong said, "This sword shall be called Void Splitter." After acquiring Void Splitter, Zhou Tong liked it very much. He had been using his fused divine power and spiritual energy to nourish this sword, and he often used it to train. The laws of the earth, the elemental laws of water, the elemental laws of fire, the elemental laws of destruction, and all sorts of other fused profound mysteries. In addition, as he used it and nourished it, the power of this sword seemed to be limitless, growing every day. In particular, after Zhou Tong had infused this sword with his fused divine power, it had become even more divine. Each time he used this sword, one pitch-black tear after another would appear in the space around him. The power was simply too great. Chapter 949. Yulon Calendar, Year 10045. In recent years, the continent had been relatively peaceful. The war god and the high priest had successfully returned from the necropolis of the gods. Although in recent years, the continent had gained 5 new experts: Zhou Tong, Linli, Olivier, Desri, and Taras. Linli had the Baruch Empire to begin with, and Taras was the ruler of the South Seas. Zhou Tong, Olivier, and Desri were all in secluded training. Thus, the various powers remained the same, without any conflicts. I have the divine sword, but my understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws is still stuck. Zhou Tong continued to nurture his divine sword while walking through the continent. The laws of the earth were still stuck at fusing the 255th fused pulse waves, while the profound mysteries of the essence of water were still stuck at the final stage of fusing them. But the profound mysteries of explosion and the profound mysteries of destruction of the essence of fire, because he hadn't reached his limit yet, continued to progress. In order to make a breakthrough in the laws of the earth and the elemental laws of water, I'll have to try Linley's method. Zhou Tong was silent for a while. After not making a breakthrough in 2 years, he began to have other thoughts. He was preparing to begin training in the most basic of the profound mysteries of the essence of water and the essence of earth. Whether it was the laws of the earth or the elemental laws of water, one of the most basic profound mysteries was the corresponding elemental profound mysteries. For example, the profound mysteries of the essence of earth and the profound mysteries of the essence of water. Even fire had its own profound mysteries of the essence of fire. The reason why these profound mysteries were said to be basic was because these profound mysteries allowed one to better understand the various elements. When a cultivator gained a deeper understanding of the various elements, it would be much easier for them to gain insights into other profound mysteries. As he trained, Zhou Tong gradually began to let go of his previous training in the profound mysteries of fusion and began to gain insights into the essence of earth and the essence of water. And as he trained, Zhou Tong began to understand the benefits of training in these profound mysteries as well. He spread out his spiritual energy, completely merging it into every single bit of essence of earth and essence of water nearby. One elemental essence after another collided in the air, separated, and even fused together. The entire process was filled with boundless mysteries. Moreover, Zhou Tong had consciously verified and fused these mysteries of the laws with the mysteries of the laws he had comprehended. In this world, every mountain and every river is made up of extremely dense earth element and water element. This is something I've never seen in other worlds. Zhou Tong immediately discovered something different from the other worlds when he truly calmed down to comprehend the mysteries of the elements. Other worlds did not have such things as elemental composition, or it could be said that the composition of other worlds was similar to elemental composition, but it was hidden so deeply that no one could discover it. This is the essence of the world. If it was in a shrouding heaven world, I'm afraid only after becoming a quasi-immortal emperor would I have the qualifications to explore it. But in this world, it's so clear and simple. The more Zhou Tong comprehended, the more he could feel Hong Meng's love for the creatures of this world. If he didn't love her to the extreme, how could he display the most profound and fundamental thing in the world so clearly and clearly? The corresponding power of each element and the method to construct the world were all clearly displayed in front of him. As long as he understood the method to construct the world, he would naturally be able to comprehend the other mysteries of the laws. For example, when Zhou Tong was comprehending the profound mysteries of the earth essence, he sensed the faint fluctuations of the earth essence. That was the throbbing pulse of the earth. When he sensed the earth essence, he sensed a repelling or attractive force. That was gravity. Also, when he comprehended the profound mysteries of the water element, he sensed that the water element was in a state of impermanence. When it scattered, it became mist. When it gathered, it became water. Everything changed according to temperature. Water, mist, ice, and many other forms were contained within the water element. The mysteries of the earth element and water element in the world were simply endless. The more he explored, the more he felt that he had comprehended far too little. Zhou Tong was completely immersed in his cultivation. And just as Zhou Tong was immersed in his comprehension in the Arctic ice cap, deep within the Arctic ice cap, there was a towering iceberg that pierced through the clouds. Here lived the planar overseer, Hadun. At the peak of this iceberg, there were 11 extremely complicated magical formations that looked like hexagrams. These were the magical formations that connected the Yulon continent to the 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes. Suddenly, the magical formation that connected the infernal realm, one of the 4 higher planes, suddenly lit up. The planar overseer, Hadun, instantly looked towards the magical formation excitedly. They're here! They're here! Soon, a group of blurry figures appeared within the magical formation. As the light of the magical formation gradually dimmed, those figures quickly solidified as well. There were dozens of deities. The leader was dressed in a long black robe embroidered with gold. Looking at Hadun, he smiled. Hadun, it's been thousands of years. Thank you for guarding this place. Hadun bowed respectfully. Lord Sadista, it is my honor to be able to serve the clan. Sadista smiled. Hadun, the information you sent back to the clan is still very vague and brief. Let's first explain the situation in the Yulon continent. Yes, Hadun was very respectful. Lord Sadista, the Yulon continent has been very peaceful recently. The only person who hasn't been peaceful is most likely that deity named Khan. Beirut claims that he is the first person to pass through the necropolis of the gods since it was first established. Sadista nodded, but he was still somewhat surprised. Khan? He is a powerful high god? Hadun shook his head. Lord Sadista, I don't know what level of power Khan is at, but his entire body emanates the aura of a demigod. More importantly, 20 years ago, Khan was just a saint. He should have broken through to the deity level in the necropolis of the gods. Logically speaking, he should be a demigod. But how could a mere demigod pass through the necropolis of the gods? Based on what I know, later on, the divine beast boss serpent, who was already a full god, failed. Hadun didn't understand. Based on what he knew, only a high god could pass through the necropolis of the gods. How could a mere demigod pass? If a demigod could pass, then how could a god-level divine beast fail? 20 years, a demigod? Pass through the necropolis of the gods. Sadista frowned. If he really did pass through the necropolis of the gods, then he must have acquired the precious treasures within. But how did he pass? There was no way a demigod could pass. If a demigod could pass, then the blood-violet fiend and the 12-winged angel of light shouldn't have perished in the Yulon continent. Can it be that Beirut doesn't allow anyone from other planes to pass, and only those from the Yulon continent can pass? Sadista was somewhat puzzled. No matter what, let's go find Khan and ask him a few questions first. Chapter 950. The Laws of the Earth. The Elemental Laws of Water. Zhou Tong casually sat down beneath a waterfall, quietly attuning to the profound mysteries of the essence of water and the essence of the earth, while fusing them with the other profound mysteries he already knew. While simultaneously attuning to 2 profound mysteries, Zhou Tong had accidentally discovered a point of convergence between the profound mysteries of the essence of the earth and the profound mysteries of the essence of water. These 2 profound mysteries were the most basic of profound mysteries. Understanding them was the easiest and most natural thing to do. Fusing them was also much easier, countless times easier than fusing the elemental laws of fire and the edicts of destruction. For now, I should postpone fusing the different profound mysteries. Right now, the most important thing is to become a god. Although he had discovered a point of convergence, Zhou Tong wasn't prepared to immediately fuse them. This was because right now, the greatest way to increase his power was to become a god. As long as he could simultaneously become a god in 4 different elements, he would immediately become an Azura or commander level expert. In addition, amongst the many Azura commanders, he would definitely be ranked amongst the top. But right at this moment, Zhou Tong's face suddenly changed because the surrounding environment had suddenly changed. The sky had been clear and bright, but suddenly, the sunlight beneath the waterfall where Zhou Tong was standing suddenly disappeared. The entire mountain peak was plunged into a strange darkness, as though a monster had devoured all of the sunlight. At the same time, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared within the darkness. It was Hadun's clansman, who had hurried over from the infernal realm. Sadista, who goes there? Zhou Tong shouted. Just from this sudden attack, Zhou Tong knew that this newcomer had ill intentions. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Let me ask you, did you challenge the necropolis of the gods? Did you acquire a precious treasure from the necropolis of the gods? Sadista's voice was extremely cold, as though he was about to explode at the slightest provocation. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Zhou Tong said coldly. He had a general idea of where this person had come from. He definitely had come from another plane. At least, there shouldn't be a high god like this in the Yulan continent, and the planar prison hadn't been breached. Since this person had come from another plane, it was very likely that he had come from the infernal realm. After all, in the original work, it seemed as though such a person had come as well. If it really was that person from the original work, then he would be a 6-star fiend level expert. Given my power, if I went all out, I would definitely be able to kill him in one blow. But Zhou Tong hesitated. This was because he knew that given his lesser god divine power, once he fused with it, his aura would leak out and the high god would definitely be able to detect that it was fused divine power. In addition, Zhou Tong didn't know if this person in front of him had any other divine clones in the outside world. If he did, then the news of his quadruple soul mutation would spread. I can't use the fusion of 4 types of divine power. I can only use a single type of divine power to complement my powerful body and innate divine ability. Zhou Tong secretly made up his mind. Although the fused divine power was powerful, before he could ensure the safety of the information, it was better to use it sparingly. The law of destruction is the most compatible with my innate ability. Once we start fighting, use the fusion of the laws of destruction and the laws of the earth. Although the battle had yet to begin, Zhou Tong had already made his preparations. Right now, the Yulan continent was simply too boring. There was no one capable of causing Zhou Tong to go all out. It wasn't easy for an expert from the infernal realm to appear. Naturally, he had to properly temper him. Otherwise, he could just use his sovereign's might to easily kill his opponent. In addition, the fastest way to improve in battle was actually the laws of destruction. Good, good, good. Sadista was so angry that he actually laughed. A mere demigod. I gave you face and spoke nicely, but you actually dare to be so arrogant. Since that's the case, then I'll just kill you. If you really do clear the tomb and acquire the treasures, then the treasures will change owners. If you don't clear the tomb, then it doesn't matter. Bang! Instantly, the void began to twist and distort, and it quickly spread out in every direction. The nearby rocks, waterfalls, grass, and even sunlight were all swallowed up by this twisting space. It was as though a constantly expanding black hole had suddenly appeared in the void. Sadista was like the center of this black hole. Even when facing a demigod like Zhou Tong, Sadista still went all out. As an expert who had survived in the infernal realm, he knew very well that he definitely couldn't underestimate any opponent. Since Beirut had said that this person had cleared the tomb, then even if he was a demigod, he definitely couldn't underestimate him. A high god of darkness who has fused at least 3 profound mysteries? A 6-star fiend? In the forest of darkness, Beirut immediately sensed this heaven-shaking ripple. So the Reynes clan has sent someone else. Beirut laughed softly. In terms of true power, Khan, you definitely surpass him. But in this battle, if you want to hide the fact that you are a 4-element soul mutate, you won't be able to use your fused divine power. What are you going to do? Directly use Sovereign's might? Beirut knew very well that the key to Zhou Tong clearing the necropolis of the gods was his fused divine power. With his fused divine power, Zhou Tong's divine power would be 10 times more powerful than high gods. But without using his fused divine power, his divine power will be 100 times weaker than a high god's. His previous advantage instantly transformed into a massive disadvantage. If it could be said that Zhou Tong, when using his innate divine ability and his fused divine power, was able to match or even surpass the vast majority of 7-star fiends, then now that he lacked his fused divine power and was only using a single type of divine power, he was at most just barely comparable to a 6-star fiend. More importantly, in the necropolis of the gods, Jotong's opponents were all deities who only had one body. Thus, the god realms of his 4 demigods, when combined, were able to nullify the god realms of high gods. But this opponent most likely had more than just a single high god clone. The combined god realms of 2 high gods, the combined god realms of 4 mere demigods. The next key will depend on how much you've improved in the past 10 years. Beirut said to himself. Not just Beirut. This heaven-shaking ripple quickly attracted the attention of all the deities of the Yulan continent. The war god, the high priest, Dylan, Caesar, Linley, Desri, Olivier, and Taras all turned their attention to the battlefield, sending out their divine senses. This ripple a high god? A high god who trains in the laws of darkness. Is it Lord Beirut? No, it can't be Lord Beirut. The aura isn't right. What a terrifying law of darkness. Is this ripple from a high god? How did Khan offend this high god? Khan is going to face a high god? Where did this high god come from? The Yulan continent definitely doesn't have a high god like this. Can it be that he came from another plane? Can it be that a large number of deities are about to descend? Haha, I was just about to say that the Yulan continent is too boring and that I was going to go take a look in the infernal realm. I didn't expect that an expert from another plane would descend. The Yulan continent won't be lonely anymore. The faces of the war god, the high priest, and the others all changed. They even thought back to the descent of the gods from thousands of years ago. But at the same time, people like Caesar were rather excited as well. After reaching the deity level, he felt that the continent was too boring. This was the perfect opportunity to spice things up a bit. When facing a high god, I should be able to see the limits of your combat power. I want to know how you pass the necropolis of the gods. Taras' focus was on Jotong's power. No one knew more than him about the difficulty of the later stages of the necropolis of the gods. He truly couldn't understand how Jotong, a demigod, had passed them. Even he, a god-level divine beast who had fused the profound mysteries of the laws, wasn't able to break through. A demigod shouldn't have been able to do so. Chapter 9, 51. Right now, in the center of the battlefield, in a pitch-black area, you are the one courting death. Sadista stared coldly at Jotong. Jotong said coldly, "It's hard to say who will live and who will die. I want to see what sort of things you have on you from a different plane that I've never seen before." "Umph. You are courting death." Sadista let out a cold snort. The rapidly expanding, black hole-like distorted space suddenly began to shrink at high speed, transforming into a 7 or 8 meter tall, pitch-black wolf. At the same time, Sadista's entire body seemed to have transformed into nothingness, becoming one with the giant black wolf. The profound mysteries of the essence of darkness, the profound mysteries of shadow-shaped doppelganger, and the profound mysteries of devour. So he fused these 3. Although Jotong had never trained in the laws of darkness, he still had some understanding of the mysteries of the laws of darkness. The profound mysteries of the essence of darkness and the profound mysteries of shadow-shaped doppelganger were both low-level profound mysteries, while the profound mysteries of devour were high-level profound mysteries. The 3 profound mysteries this person had fused couldn't be considered too powerful. Iltho! The giant wolf howled wildly, and its giant, pitch-black maw suddenly opened, biting towards Jotong. One could clearly see that the space within the wolf's maw was constantly twisting, collapsing, and then reforming. Rumble! Jotong didn't act rashly. He immediately used the heavenly horned ant's innate divine ability, berserk transformation. An enormous illusion of the heavenly horned ant appeared, and then quickly merged into Jotong's body. In that instant, his eyes turned as red as blood, and his entire body was filled with boundless power, causing his speed to explode. This change instantly attracted everyone's attention. Innate divine ability? Isn't he a human? Dylan and Taras, these 2 divine beasts, were both shocked. What exactly is that horned golden an illusion? Why is it that after that thing merged into his body, his aura suddenly increased by so much? Linley and the others didn't really understand divine beasts' innate divine abilities, and their hearts were filled with questions. So you are a divine beast. No wonder you are so arrogant. The giant black wolf howled wildly. Kill! A wild, murderous cry filled the world. Zhou Tong, wielding his voidbreaker, charged directly towards the giant black wolf. Swish! As the sword slashed out, the surrounding space became as though it was made of paper. A large, pitch-black crack appeared, and an extremely terrifying, pitch-black sword silhouette appeared before the glabella of Sadista's giant wolf form. Roar! Sadista abruptly opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. Ripples of distorted energy shot out from his mouth and shot towards Zhou Tong's spacebreaker sword. Pucci! The divine sword, which had been twisted by the distorted ripples, suddenly slashed out and cut off one of the giant black wolf's legs. However, the giant black wolf was completely unaware of it. A pitch-black fog shrouded its entire body and rapidly repaired the wolf's leg. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth and bit down on Zhou Tong. Rumble! The space of the Yulon continent, under the influence of this power, was like the waves of the sea, and one spatial tear after another began to spread out. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, was fearless. He clenched his left hand into a fist and threw an uppercut at the giant wolf's head. The giant wolf's mouth, which had been opened to its limit, was immediately shaken by this punch. However, the shaking of the wolf's mouth caused a spatial tear to appear, piercing through Zhou Tong's shoulder. Kill! Zhou Tong used his innate divine ability, and his entire body was filled with a desire to do battle. His entire body was covered with golden light, and his battle power was almost berserk as he used all his power to battle against this giant wolf. As for Sadista, he understood that although this person in front of him was just a demigod, his body was simply too terrifyingly strong. Given the amplification of his innate divine ability, he was incomparably ferocious. In addition, he had definitely fused many profound mysteries of the laws. In fact, he had fused quite a few of them. Although he hadn't trained to the limit, he didn't have an advantage in terms of the laws. Sensing this, Sadista nearly went mad. If he really lost to a demigod, how could he have the face to return to the infernal realm? Bang! The battle continued. Terrifying explosions rang out in midair, and a golden light and a black blur continued to exchange blows in midair. Each time they collided, the world would tremble, and terrifying spatial tears would devour the entire mountain range. Everywhere the two of them clashed, a scene of utter devastation would appear. Rumble! After one final collision, the two of them once more landed on the ground, once more transforming into Zhou Tong and Sadista. Sadista's face was rather pale. He stared at Zhou Tong, his heart filled with terror. This Khan's power is even more terrifying than I imagined. Can it be that he has fused 5 profound mysteries of the laws? How can he be so terrifying as a demigod? What sort of divine beast is he? His body and his strength are simply too great. And that divine sword, there's no mistaking it. It is definitely a legendary God's Park weapon. Its power is simply too terrifying. In addition, he is just a demigod, but he didn't react at all to my soul attack. He definitely acquired the precious treasure within the necropolis of the gods. It is definitely a legendary, soul-protecting, sovereign artifact. After just a brief exchange of blows, Sadista's face had become very clear. Given the terrifying power of Linley's body and the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, there was virtually no chance for him to kill Linley. In addition, the giant, pitch-black wolf he had formed from the profound mysteries of the laws had already been completely destroyed by Zhou Tong's sword. He didn't have the time to create another one. Now that the battle had reached this stage, he already wanted to retreat. All of the spectating deities were holding their breaths. The two combatants were simply too powerful. What a terrifying physical body. Khan's body and his divine power are simply too powerful. He definitely isn't a human. What is he? Dylan and Taras were stunned by Zhou Tong's physical body and strength. Even divine beasts like them were vastly inferior to Zhou Tong's physical strength and body. A soul-protecting sovereign artifact. This is definitely the effect of a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Otherwise, there's no way a demigod like Khan would be able to withstand the attacks of a high god. Linley howled wildly in his heart as well. It seems victory and defeat are about to be decided. Although you haven't broken through to become a god in the past 10 years, you've improved quite a bit. Beirut secretly nodded as well. This sort of attack is most likely a fusion of the laws of the earth and the edicts of destruction, and one step further, it is many times more powerful than it was back in the necropolis. Kill. Zhou Tong only paused for a brief moment, then continued to charge forward, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't have that much time to wait. When he used his innate divine ability, his entire being became much more berserk. He didn't have the time to think too much. All he wanted to do was kill his opponent. His terrifying speed instantly exploded forth. Zhou Tong didn't want to give Sadista any time to react at all. After exchanging blows several times, after suppressing Sadista, he suddenly stabbed out with his most powerful sword, Rumble. A hole appeared in Sadista's forehead. The Void Splitter sword had pierced through it, stabbing straight towards his soul. Instantly, Sadista's body fell downwards, powerless. And then, very suddenly, whoosh, an azure figure emerged from Sadista's corpse, and this figure quickly soared into the skies. However, just as he flew out, a divine sword suddenly pierced through the back of his head, and Sadista's wind-style clone instantly perished as well. Chapter 952. Phew, I finally won. After consecutively destroying Sadista's 2 divine clones, Zhou Tong finally dispelled his innate divine ability, and his blood-red eyes once more returned to normal. I wonder if he still has any divine clones in the outside world. Zhou Tong first took away the 2 high god sparks, then casually picked up the 2 interspatial rings of the 2 divine clones, binding them with his blood. Soon, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. The binding of the interspatial rings had succeeded. This person had truly died and had no divine clones in the outside world. If I had known that you didn't have any divine clones in the outside world, I would have used my fused divine power and chopped you in half with my sword. Zhou Tong was rather speechless, and then he quickly began to inspect the wealth within this person's interspatial ring. Upon doing so, Zhou Tong was rather shocked. This person's interspatial ring contained many types of stones that emanated a unique aura. Some were black, some were azure, and there were more than 100 million of them. Aside from this money, the remaining items were metallic life forms, divine sparks, divine artifacts, golden soul pearls, as well as some healing medicines or poisons for killing enemies. There is also some information regarding the infernal realm and other planes, and even information regarding experts. These items were all quite valuable, at least 50 billion inkstones in total. The black ones are inkstones, while the azure ones are the upgraded versions of inkstones, azurite. According to the original work, a single azurite was worth 1,000 inkstones. This place is worth 100 billion inkstones. He lives up to his reputation as a 6-star fiend. Zhou Tong was secretly overjoyed. In the future, when he headed to the infernal realm, he would finally have enough capital to start his journey. He wouldn't have to start from a small tribe like most people. Previously, Zhou Tong had acquired the wealth of a 7-star fiend from the necropolis of the gods, which, when added together, was more than 20 times the wealth of Sadista. But based on Zhou Tong's speculations, the currency within all belonged to the divine darkness plane and wasn't very useful in the infernal realm. At least, aside from a few supreme experts, most people in the infernal realm didn't recognize the currency of the divine darkness plane. But of course, The golden soul pearls, divine sparks, divine artifacts, and metallic life forms in the hands of that seven-star fiend were still usable. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Zhou Tong finished packing up, one ray of light after another flew over. All of the deities of the Yulan continent had hurried over. Khan, who was the one you fought with? Linley, who was most familiar with Zhou Tong, immediately asked. What enmity does he have with you? Desri asked as well. Is it someone from the higher planes? Dylan hurriedly asked as well. Zhou Tong nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, they should have come from the infernal realm and have come for the necropolis of the gods. It should be because Lord Beirut said that I cleared the necropolis of the gods. That's why he came looking for me. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. So they had come for the necropolis of the gods. However, are you really a low god? Linley looked at Zhou Tong with some astonishment and asked. This simple question wasn't just a question in Linley's heart. It was a question in the hearts of all of the other deities as well. Although they had heard Beirut say that Zhou Tong had cleared the necropolis of the gods, no one knew exactly how he had done it. This battle had made it clear to all of the deities that he truly was a demigod who was comparable to a high god. But how could this be possible? A demigod, in terms of divine power, was far inferior to a high god. In terms of the profound mysteries of the laws, there was no way he could surpass a high god. Even his most basic god realm was inferior to a high god's. How could he win? Can't a demigod surpass a high god? Zhou Tong laughed softly. Is it because of your body? However, as a human, how is it that you are able to use the innate divine abilities of us divine beasts? The boss serpent Taras frowned. This battle had indeed allowed him to tell that Zhou Tong's body was countless times more powerful than his own, and his innate divine abilities were indeed terrifying. My body is one thing. My body is extremely powerful. Just by relying on brute force, I am able to fight against a high god. If I were to add in the profound mysteries of the laws and divine power, I would naturally be able to leap up and become an expert amongst high gods. Although I was born a human, why can't I use my innate divine abilities? Taras, your parents couldn't have been the divine beast boss serpent, right? Then how were you born? Zhou Tong said calmly. Taras was startled, but then he nodded. He had a general understanding as well. It had to be a mutation of his bloodline. It isn't just a matter of my body. After clearing the necropolis of the gods, I acquired a soul-protecting, sovereign artifact. This caused the greatest advantage high gods have over demigods, their souls, to be useless against me. Zhou Tong continued. But what about the profound mysteries of the laws? And the god realm? Dylan continued to ask. Although they were envious of the body and the soul, they could accept it. But what about the profound mysteries of the laws and the god realm? Although the god realm of a high god is very powerful, the god realm of multiple demigods, when joined together, can still fight against a high god's god realm. You all became deities through a single element, and so you didn't have such insights. After you become deities through multiple elements, you will understand that with each additional divine clone, your god realm will become slightly more powerful. As for the profound mysteries of the laws, a demigod's profound mysteries of the laws might not necessarily be inferior to a high god's. Zhou Tong continued. The reason why a high god is because they have mastered all of the profound mysteries of the laws. But is mastering all of them the end of the road? Profound mysteries of the laws can be fused. What truly determines a person's power is how many profound mysteries they have fused. Although I haven't mastered a single profound mystery of the laws, I have fused quite a few. If I fuse 2 profound mysteries of the laws, as long as I can fuse a third of it, I will surpass ordinary demigods and become close to a full god. If I fuse 3 profound mysteries of the laws, as long as I fuse a tenth of it, I will become close to a full god. In terms of the profound mysteries of the laws, high gods definitely surpass me in quantity, but in terms of quality, they might not necessarily be stronger than me. Zhou Tong's words were known to many people in other planes, but in the Yulon continent, there weren't many who knew these things. Only Taras, Dylan, and the others vaguely knew. But Taras and the others only vaguely knew. Now that Zhou Tong had pointed it out, they finally understood. As for Lin Li and the others, this was their first time learning of these things as well. These words instantly caused all of them to have a much clearer understanding of how deities trained, and for the first time, they learned that this was how deities trained. So that's how. It is fusing the profound mysteries of the laws. So this is how deities train. Lin Li began to gain some insights as well. He now understood more about how he had become a deity through the laws of the wind. All right, that's the gist of it. Let me give you a final word of advice. While training, consciously fuse the profound mysteries of the laws. Otherwise, if you wait until you have mastered the profound mysteries of the laws and then fuse them, the difficulty will be tens of times greater. Zhou Tong said, then quickly left. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.